Chapter 680. Half an hour later, Elder Jew slowly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Then he smiled and said, "I have finally recovered a level of my cultivation." Su Yu pondered upon hearing this. Elder Jew used to have a very high cultivation, but now he is only recovering it slowly? Su Yu still hadn't figured out Elder Jew's identity. Now it seemed like he really had some tricks up his sleeves. "Lad, I owe you my life." Elder Jew raised his eyes and looked at Su Yu. It seemed like he was making a decision. Su Yu shook his head calmly. "I owe you a debt of gratitude, so you don't need to take it to heart. It means that we are even." Elder Jew chuckled as he stood up and looked at the sky. "I am going to investigate someone's identity. I will come back in a month. Please take care of Dalei." Su Yu raised his brows. Elder Jew wanted to investigate someone's identity? Whose identity? However, since Elder Jew wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. "All right, take care, Elder Jew." Elder Jew turned around and looked at Su Yu. It seemed like he wanted to see something from him. After a while he sighed and said, "It seems like many big shots have taken a fancy to you, eh?" Su Yu was confused. Swish! Elder Jew took out an ancient scroll and looked at it. It was the Heart's Oath Scroll. Before entering the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, Elder Jew had given Su Yu the Cosmos Thunder Sword. In return, Su Yu had promised to help Gang Dalei find the Thunder Herb. Now that the oath had been fulfilled, Elder Jew had returned the Heart's Oath Scroll. "This belongs to you. All right, I will take my leave first." Elder Jew threw the Heart's Oath Scroll to Su Yu and flew away. Su Yu held the scroll in his hand. It seemed like Elder Jew was implying something. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he opened the Heart's Oath Scroll. He was surprised to find that apart from their oaths, there was also a row of small words written on it. There were more than 1,000 words on it. As Su Yu quickly scanned through the words, every word and emotion was reflected in his mind. Nameless palm print. Su Yu was even more surprised. This was a cultivation technique related to palm techniques. Su Yu had only practiced the most basic palm techniques when he was in the Xinyu Academy. Hence, he was quite surprised that Elder Jew had left him a palm technique. As Su Yu observed it carefully, his face gradually revealed a shocked expression. A remnant of a fairy-level cultivation technique? Su Yu almost cried out in surprise. Su Yu knew that fairy-level techniques were hard to come by. He had met many geniuses from Jojo in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, but he had never seen any of them use fairy-level techniques. Even legendary-level techniques were few and far between. The only immortal grade cultivation technique he had was the Great Sun Punishment Fairy painting that he had obtained from the Tianji inheritance. The remnant tribulation flames had once been able to burn even god lords to death. The cultivation method left by Elder Jew was so terrifying. Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly, and he was overjoyed. Elder Jew was really not an ordinary person. After a long time, Su Yu calmed himself down and started to study the cultivation technique carefully. This scroll had no name, as Elder Jew had erased the name of the palm technique. The celestial grade cultivation technique was completely different from all the previous cultivation techniques. Even if it was a god-level cultivation technique, each level was divided into entry, small success, large success, and perfection. However, the immortal level cultivation technique had a change in level. The first level of the nameless art is divided into extreme Yin palm, extreme sun palm, and radiant divine palm. Each level was divided into 3 different techniques, which was completely different from the previous cultivation techniques. With such a division, each of the palm prints would be extremely difficult to cultivate. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he was filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the first time that he had truly cultivated a celestial grade cultivation technique. Although the Great Sun Punishment Fairy painting was a cultivation technique, he still hadn't figured out how to cultivate it. so he could only use it as a magical treasure. The mysterious palm prints before him filled Suyu with anticipation. If he could finish cultivating them within a month, he would surely be able to catch his enemies off guard in a great battle. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu carefully put away the Heart's Oath scroll and fixed his gaze in a certain direction. A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It should be about time. Tens of thousands of miles away, white fog filled the air in a secluded mountain range. However, the white fog was filled with deadly poison, and wherever the white fog passed, all life would be extinguished. Under a big tree, a young man with sharp facial features was lying on the ground. His face had turned purple, and he had fainted due to the exhaustion of his vital energy. Even if a grade 4 fairy could forcefully suppress the Cloud Galloping Horse's poison, it would still be difficult for him to do so. Now that he has fainted, it suits me even better. Su Yu's figure floated down from the tree, and he wore a faint smile on his face. As he landed in front of the 6th Saint Master, Su Yu weaved signs with his hands, and a majestic soul energy seeped out of Su Yu's body. At the same time, a majestic figure faintly appeared behind Su Yu. It was 30 meters tall, and it looked like a small mountain. However, the figure was very blurry, and its face could not be seen clearly. It could only be seen that the sun, the moon, and the stars were revolving above its head, and they were all emitting a brilliant radiance. At first glance, it seemed like a child of the heavens and the earth, and his aura was overwhelming. Su Yu also noticed the strange phenomenon behind him, and his smile became even more mysterious. At the same time, the hand signs were completed. The eyes of the majestic figure's blurry face suddenly shone brightly, and a beam of dazzling starlight, which contained a soul, shot out of his right eye. As the beam of light entered the 6th Saint Master's forehead, he who had fainted had no idea what was happening. "I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." Su Yu smiled faintly as he floated away. Several hours passed. The 6th Saint Master slowly regained consciousness, and the purplish color on his face had mostly disappeared. "The Cloud Galloping Horse's poison. Lad, you plotted against me. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." As the 6th Saint Master recovered from his shock, his heart was filled with hatred. He was a dignified grade 4 fairy, yet he had almost been killed by a half-fairy. Su Yu, who had already returned to the headquarters, immediately announced that he would be going into secluded cultivation. Such a decision did not surprise many people, as there were many people who chose to go into secluded cultivation when a life and death battle was imminent. This was especially the case after they had obtained resources, as most of them had already started trying to advance to the next level. Just like that, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members all quieted down. However, it was strangely quiet, and it was so quiet that no one knew what to do. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. A formless, oppressive atmosphere silently spread to everyone's hearts. Many of the central city's residents could not bear such an oppressive atmosphere, and they all chose to bring their wives and children away from the city. "Elder Qin, aren't we going to stop them?" The Annihilation Team, which was led by Luo Xiong, was the only defensive force. They took turns to cultivate, and they were all on guard against any unusual movements. Old Qin, who was standing on the city wall, shook his head slightly. "There is no need. We can't even protect ourselves, let alone them." Luo Xiong was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, "There is one more thing. We have captured 3 traitors, and they are members of the Alliance." His expression was extremely complicated. The 3 of them were once comrades who had fought alongside them, and they had created the Jinlong continent's first victory together. Now, they could not bear the pressure of the 5th Saint Master's arrival, and they had chosen to escape once again. Half a month had passed since the last great battle, and their passion had died down. Some people's cowardice had swelled once again, and their true nature had been revealed. Old Chen's body trembled slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes as he took out a note from his sleeve. This was left behind by Alliance Master Su before he went into secluded cultivation. Luo Xiong took the note, and when he opened it, a shocking sentence appeared before his eyes. Traitors will be killed without mercy, and their heads will be displayed to the public. Luo Xiong shuddered. But they have all made great contributions in the past. Old Qin opened his eyes, which were filled with determination. It is precisely because of this that they should be punished severely. A defeated army is like a collapsing mountain, and we cannot let their morale collapse. If we allow the 3 of them to escape, then 30, 300, or even 3,000 people will escape. If they escape, we will definitely lose the great battle in a month's time. All our previous sacrifices will be in vain. For the sake of those who died, so that the passion they left behind will not be let down, we will not allow anyone to escape. Alliance Master Su had already predicted that this would happen, so he made the decision in advance. I believed that he would not be willing to do so. Hearing this, Luo Xiong's heart was filled with complicated emotions. However, his eyes were clear, and he no longer hesitated. I understand. I will do it immediately. Luo Xiong nodded, then took his knife and left. 1 day later, 3 bloody heads were hung at the city wall as a warning to future generations. Although there were still people who escaped in the future, there had never been a large-scale escape. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Half a month later, 2 elders had betrayed them. There were only 5 elders left, including Old Qin. However, 2 of them had joined hands and escaped. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow. If even the elders were in such a panic, what more the ordinary alliance members? Old Qin, I have already executed them. Luo Xiong was wounded, and the members of the annihilation team behind him were also severely injured. Killing 2 elders was a difficult task for them. Old Qin quietly closed his eyes and looked carefully. His lips were trembling. Those 2 people were his good friends, old friends who had spent 100 years with him. When the Heavenly Law Alliance was destroyed, they did not escape. When they fought against Xue Wu, they did not escape. But now they chose to escape, and he had personally given the order to kill them. The war had not yet begun, but it was already cruel. Behead them in public, Old Qin said with a trembling voice. There was pain and determination in his voice. Time passed again. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Xiong looked exhausted, and the remnant blood of the elder on his waist had dried up. It was not that he did not wipe it, but that there were too many people to kill, and he could not wipe them all. 10 people betrayed us, and we have already killed them. Luo Xiong's voice was hoarse. At this point, there were already signs of disunity, and there were signs of 10 people escaping together. He was afraid that when the day of the war came, more people would choose to escape. Old Qin, we won't be able to suppress them for much longer. Luo Xiong was anxious. As he looked at the city wall's entrance and the rows of heads, his heart became heavy. Old Qin's face was also somewhat haggard. His body was haggard and his mind was haggard. I want to see Alliance Master Su. The situation had already reached a critical juncture, and it was no longer within their control. He went to Su Yu's private room. Old Qin's voice was deep and hoarse. Alliance Master Su, I have an important matter to report. Creak. The door was opened. However, the person who appeared was not Su Yu, but a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a cold face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indifference, as if she wanted to keep people at arm's length. Chapter 681. Old Qin was startled. Who are you? Swoosh. The woman did not reply, but took out a dazzling 5-colored armor with her left hand and a black jade ring with her right. Old Qin did not recognize the armor, but the black jade ring was Su Yu's symbol. Gather all of the 3 crystals, half-fairy realm experts, and the first 300 people who broke through to the 2 crystals, half-fairy realm. The young master has other arrangements for you, the woman instructed. Old Qin was startled. Where did such a cold woman come from in Su Yu's secret room? However, she had Su Yu's token, so he still did as she said. Half a day later, the cold woman stood upright in the meeting hall. As the sunlight shone on her body, it gave her a mysterious radiance. Who are you? Where is Alliance Master Su? Why did you replace him? Zi Yunxiang had also been summoned, although she had not broken through to the Three Crystals half-fairy realm. She was one of the first people to break through to the Two Crystals half-fairy realm. When she first saw the cold woman, she was immediately displeased. Wu Aoyue, the young master, is in seclusion. Since he asked me to come, of course I would come. Wu Aoyue gave Zi Yunxiang a brief reply. Her beautiful eyes swept over the little girl, who was slightly hostile towards her, and she could not help but shake her head inwardly. Su Yu was really flirtatious, as such a pretty, delicate, and graceful young lady must have already fallen in love with him. I'm asking you, what is your relationship with Alliance Master Su? Zi Yunxiang asked angrily. She could sense the hostility in Wu Aoyue's tone. Qin Xianer and Xia Jingyu were already acquainted with Su Yu. But where did Wu Aoyue come from? Why did she have to replace Su Yu? Why was their relationship so mysterious? Zi Yunxiang was extremely dissatisfied. Wu Aoyue calmly glanced at her. The young master did not tell me to announce our relationship, so there is no need for me to answer. You. Zi Yunxiang was so angry that her face turned red. She bit her red lips and stared at Wu Aoyue without blinking. The people around them understood what was going on, and they could not help but laugh inwardly when they saw the two women fighting over a man. If there are no other questions, I will make arrangements for the young master, Wu Aoyue said expressionlessly. She swept her gaze across the crowd, and her gaze fell on Old Qin and the other two people. Elders, take this. You only have 1 day to refine it. Success or failure is up to you. With a flick of her slender fingers, 3 lively ponies landed in the hands of the 3 of them. Old Qin looked at the pony that was jumping around in his palm and was stunned. What is this? The rest of the people were also dumbfounded. None of them knew what it was. Of course it's for eating, Wu Aoyue said indifferently. Eat. The faces of Old Qin and the others stiffened slightly. To them, eating this kind of creature alive was a little difficult. The pupils of Wu Hin, who had been observing Wu Aoyue the whole time, contracted. Cloud galloping horse? 3. His eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Even Wu Hen was shocked. Old Qin and the rest were shocked. In their eyes, Wu Hen had always been high and mighty. His temperament was also rather indifferent. This was the first time they had seen him so shocked. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and they realized how miraculous the cloud galloping horse was. They also realized that the one who attacked first would gain the upper hand, while the one who attacked later would suffer a calamity. Woo! The 3 old men were very shrewd, and they didn't care about the cloud galloping horses anymore. When they saw Wu Hen's expression, how could they dare to keep them? The 3 cloud galloping horses were swallowed in one gulp before Wu Hen's anxious and regretful gaze. Old Qin and the other 2 were shocked. What a powerful spiritual power! My bottleneck! Rumble! A thunderous sound echoed in the sky, reverberating above the mansion. Crossing a tribulation? Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Old Qin had just advanced to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm a few days ago, so he was still many years away from the fairy realm. But he was about to cross his tribulation right after swallowing a horse. Such an unimaginable scene shook their hearts. Oh, it's faster than I expected. Those who are about to cross their tribulation should immediately go to the forest 1,000 miles away. I will go there shortly, Wu Aoyue said calmly. It was as if she didn't care about crossing her tribulation at all. Old Qin was both overjoyed and frightened, as he hadn't made any preparations for crossing his tribulation at all. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this moment. Who would have thought that he would immediately start crossing his tribulation right after swallowing a horse. Old Chin immediately left while feeling uneasy. The other two elders also felt both happy and worried. They had also reached a bottleneck, and a great tribulation was about to descend. In the twinkling of an eye, the three of them flew away. Annihilation Team, step forward, Wu Aoyue said coldly. She swiped her black jade ring with her slender finger, and the 15 cloud galloping horses flew into each of their hands. 15 of them. Even the black shadow guards don't have so many of them. Wu Hen sucked in a breath of cold air. If he wasn't afraid of Wu Aoyue's status, he would have already rushed forward and snatched them away. In his opinion, the cloud galloping horses were precious spiritual beasts that were specially provided for fairies. Giving them to the half-fairies to cross their tribulations was simply a waste. In Jojo, the cloud galloping horse was a spiritual beast that even fairies yearned for. So how could a half-fairies enjoy it? Wu Hen was both shocked and anxious, seeing that so many cloud galloping horses had been sent out, yet none of them were for him. He was so anxious that he couldn't help but lose his demeanor as an expert. Luo Xiong and the others, who had witnessed the transformation of Old Chin and his two companions, were so excited that their bodies trembled when they received the cloud galloping horses. Without hesitation, all 15 of them swallowed the cloud galloping horses. They had also recently advanced to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, and since they had an unlimited supply of resources, even if they were on patrol duty, they were still the strongest geniuses in the Heavenly Law Alliance. So, it wasn't surprising that they had advanced to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. Rumble! Suddenly, 2 thunderbolts exploded. They were the team leaders Luo Xiong and Li Cheng, who were about to cross their tribulations at the same time. Go to the forest 1,000 miles away, Wu Aoyue instructed. The 2 of them were overjoyed and immediately left with the Annihilation Team, who were still digesting the tribulations. Such a scene made everyone excited. 15 people were about to cross their tribulations. This unprecedented scene, who could imagine it? Master Lin, Housemaster Z, your young master is also ready. Wu Aoyue's tone became slightly more polite. Lin Yunhe and Zi Donglai were both people that Suyu respected. The 2 of them received the cloud galloping horses and were pleasantly surprised. Even Lin Yunhe, who had always been indifferent, laughed heartily. I never thought that I would one day advance to the fairy realm. Suyu is still the same person who can create miracles. Zi Donglai sighed. It's a pity that Alliance Master Long is still unconscious, so he can't break through with us. Wu Aoyue calmly smiled. Don't worry, my young master will not forget him and Phoenix Master Chiu. Hearing this, Zi Donglai felt relieved. He then joined hands with Lin Yunhe and traveled 1,000 miles away. Gang Dalei, take it. Wu Aoyue looked around and fixed her gaze on Gang Dalei. Then, she threw a cloud galloping horse at him. After cultivating bitterly, he managed to advance from the 2 crystals half-fairy realm to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. Hee, I knew that, Brother Su, you wouldn't forget me after becoming the Alliance Master. Gang Dalei chuckled and rushed out of the city while holding the cloud galloping horse. It seemed like he was very confident in his ability to transcend the tribulation. Wu Aoyue looked around once again. You, and you are the last 3 crystals, half-fairy realm cultivators. Take them and wait 1,000 miles away. Among the 300 people, there were a few outstanding people who managed to cultivate from a 1 crystal half-fairy realm to a 3 crystals half-fairy realm with the help of resources. The 3 of them also got cloud galloping horses. This scene caused the other geniuses to be filled with hatred. The 3 of them were destined to become fairies, and it was all because they managed to advance to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm in advance. The difference of a single step caused the gap between them to become an insurmountable chasm. Opportunities created people, and the gap between people would expand infinitely. The three of them were overjoyed and quickly left. Now, only the people who had advanced to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm were left. You will also get a share. Each of you will get one. Remember, each of you will get one. Anyone who disobeys will be disqualified. Wu Aoyue calmly swept her gaze over them. It was impossible for these people to advance to the fairy realm. At most, they would be able to advance to the peak of the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, like Suyu. As she waved her hand, a rain of cloud galloping horses started falling from the sky. Wu Hen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He had a feeling that he wasn't in the Jinlong continent, but some fairy realm in Juzhou. Otherwise, how could there be so many cloud galloping horses? After a round of fighting, everyone got one. They were all overjoyed, so how could they dare to fight for one more? They were already 1 step behind, so they would lose this opportunity. Go and cultivate. Wu Aoyue waved her hand and dismissed them. However, only one person didn't leave. What, you don't want it? Wu Aoyue looked at the young girl before her with a teasing gaze. She was the only one who didn't fight for it. Tears welled up in Zi Yunxiang's eyes. She wanted to cry, but she held them back. She just stared at Wu Aoyue. Hee, do you hate me or do you hate yourself? Wu Aoyue's cold gaze seemed to be able to see through Zi Yunxiang's heart. Do you hate yourself because I will soon become a fairy realm, while you are still a half-fairy? Wu Aoyue was a 3 crystals half-fairy, and she had successfully passed her tribulation. It was only a matter of time before she reached the fairy realm. However, Zi Yunxiang was still a half-fairy, so there was a huge gap between her and Wu Aoyue. Zi Yunxiang was probably unwilling to accept the sudden appearance of an enemy, so she quickly distanced herself from them. It's none of your business. I don't need your things. Zi Yunxiang stubbornly wiped her tears and turned around. Wu Aoyue shrugged her shoulders. I didn't plan to give them to you. Since there wasn't a single cloud galloping horse left, it meant that Zi Yunxiang didn't have any. You. Zi Yunxiang stopped. She felt even angrier, as if she had just been bullied. She felt wronged, and tears streamed down her cheeks. A soft chuckle transmitted into her ears. Forget it. I've teased you enough. Take it. The young master personally instructed me to give it to you. Wu Aoyue took out another cloud galloping horse and placed it in Zi Yunxiang's bosom. Zi Yunxiang was still grieving, so when she heard Suyu personally instruct her to give it to her, her heart started to work again. She hesitated for a moment before she opened her swollen eyes. She was both embarrassed and angry. It's Alliance Master Su who gave it to me. It doesn't belong to you. After she hesitated for a moment, she grabbed the cloud galloping horse and turned around to leave. Before she left, Wu Aoyue's soft sigh transmitted into her ears. Let go of him. His future is far away, and he won't belong to you. Zi Yunxiang's body shivered, and her body stiffened. After she remained silent for a moment, Zi Yunxiang raised her foot and strode forward. It's none of your business. No one knew that when she walked out of the palace, her tears flowed out of her eyes. She knew that Suyu already had someone in his heart, but what she wanted was just a humble wish. Wu Aoyue shook her head as she looked at Zi Yunxiang's departing figure. Miss, does the young master have any other instructions? There were only the 2 of them in the palace, and Wu Hen could no longer suppress the anticipation in his heart. Wu Aoyue looked back and wore a faint smile. The young master naturally has a reason for arranging for you to be the last, other than having you control the situation and prevent them from becoming too excited and causing a disturbance. The young master has another task for you. Swoosh! Wu Aoyue threw a cloud galloping horse to him and took out a sealed note. The task is written on the note. Swallow the cloud galloping horse. Regardless of whether you're going through a tribulation or not, open the note after that. Wu Hen was excited. He had indeed received a share. The cloud galloping horse was a spiritual creature that he had never obtained when he was still in the Black Shadow Guards. At this moment, he did not even care about where Su Yu had gotten so many cloud galloping horses. He only knew that he had obtained a great fortune. Understood. Wu Hen cupped his fists and went to meet up with Wu Aoyue 1,000 miles away. In the empty palace hall, Wu Aoyue strode away. After a long while, outside Qin Xianer's house, Wu Aoyue quietly sensed for a moment. Is she still cultivating? A complicated look appeared in Wu Aoyue's eyes. I really want to see what his fiancée looks like. After Wu Aoyue stored the cloud galloping horse that she had prepared for Qin Xianer, she turned around and left. She took one last look at the house and muttered softly, "She is really a lucky girl." Chapter 682. 1,000 miles away. The sky was as dark as night, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. The world seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. The oppressive darkness made one feel uneasy and suffocating. The densely packed sounds of thunder were like the angry roars of wild beasts, waiting to enter the dark world and devour all living beings. Everyone felt as if they were trapped in a black cage, becoming the prey of a ferocious beast. Cold sweat seeped out of their backs and soaked their clothes. The joy of passing the tribulation had long since been swept away by the crazy sounds of thunder. It was as if they were waiting for their fate to judge them and accept the terrifying experience that was about to come. If they were alive, they could leap over the dragon gate and become fairies. If they died, they would turn into ashes and disappear from the world, leaving only a trace of history. Rumble. The sound of thunder was getting closer. Along with a loud boom, a white tribulation lightning bolt as thick as a human's wrist tore open the black cage like a giant serpent, roaring as it flew out. The sky was suddenly filled with a blinding white color. It was the color of thunder. Bang! Bang! Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's coming. It's old Chen's disastrous thunder. Rumble. Another bolt of thunder, accompanied by purple thunder, ignited the world. A terrifying aura of destruction slowly enveloped them. Luo Xiong's disastrous thunder had also arrived. Rumble. Rumble. Lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the world. As the cloud galloping horse digested it, more and more people were about to pass the tribulation. The sky was also filled with colorful thunder. The dark world was broken, and a colorful world was opened. However, no one felt relaxed. Instead, they were even more afraid. The thunder represented the worlds, that was about to destroy them. At that moment, it was not the enemy, but the world suppressing them, not allowing them to obtain extraordinary power. Going against the world was the original meaning of passing the tribulation. They were completely defenseless. A single disastrous thunder could turn them into dust, let alone 3 of them, old Chen and the others, who had never gone through a tribulation, and even Wu Hen's eyelids were twitching. This is a rare sight in Jiuzhou. I never thought it would happen in the Jinlong continent. Wu Hen laughed dryly. I wonder what means you have to deal with so many people going through the tribulation at the same time. The difficulty is no less than a later stage fairy's tribulation. Feeling the approaching disastrous thunder, Wu Hen laughed bitterly. If anything went wrong with Su Yu's preparations, he would die here. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to break through to the level 4 fairy realm, and his ranking among the Black Shadow Guards would rise to the 6th place. Risks and benefits coexisted. He could only give it a try. It's almost time. Wu Aoyue stood quietly at the center of the hall. She held the multicolored armor in her hand tightly. The patterns on her palm were moist. That pair of indifferent beautiful eyes also flashed with intense ripples. Her towering, mature breasts rose and fell rapidly in the lightning, forming a beautiful arc bang. The white lightning was the first to descend. Like a shooting star, it tore through the sky and left behind beautiful afterimages. not giving anyone a chance to stop it. The difference was that although the meteor was beautiful, it was only dazzling, while the thunder was breathtaking, but it could kill. Go. Wu Aoyue, who had her eyes locked onto the tribulation lightning, threw it out with her white hand, and a multicolored armor appeared, blocking the white tribulation lightning. Just like Elder Jiu's heavenly tribulation, the ferocious thunder and lightning disappeared without a trace. They are all by my side. Wu Aoyue heaved a long sigh of relief. The 80-year-old thunder herb was woven by her own hands, and its power had far exceeded her expectations. Wu Aoyue's confidence was greatly boosted. What made the crowd even more excited was that they all gathered together. Dozens of people gathered together, while the thunder and lightning also gathered within a 1-mile radius. Bang! Bang! A scene that amazed the people in the central city began. Thunderbolts came one after another, shooting straight down from the dark sky. It seemed as if the sky and the earth were connected by the thunder and lightning. Below them, a faint multicolored light seemed like a bottomless pit, silently enduring the merciless strikes of the thunder and lightning. This scene lasted for a whole hour. The shocking thunder and lightning continued to shake the central city, causing the bricks and tiles of many houses to fall off. The old houses, which had not been repaired for a long time, also collapsed with a rumble. This unprecedented scene could be clearly seen by everyone within a 10,000-mile radius. After an hour, the last thunder and lightning disappeared, and the surroundings became peaceful once again. The people in the central city who had gone deaf couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. This was especially the case for the 2 crystals half-fairy realm cultivators who had obtained the cloud-galloping horses. They looked at the people in the distance with complicated feelings, hatred, and jealousy. After successfully passing the tribulation, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zi Yunxiang, who was in the crowd, bit her red lips. Her eyes were filled with tears, as well as disappointment. "It's my turn." Wu Aoyue was filled with excitement as she swallowed the cloud-galloping horse. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The disastrous thunder and lightning came as expected, and it ended easily. There was no suspense in the whole process. However, the joy in her heart turned into tears, which flowed out of her eyes. She had finally broken through to the fairy realm. She shouted in surprise and laughed crazily. She danced with joy as if she was drunk. The crowd lost their composure, as they were unable to express their feelings. The fairy realm, the legendary level of the Zhenlong continent, had been achieved. Soon after, the dark clouds dispersed, and the dreamy light engulfed everyone. Numerous powerful auras of the fairy realm suddenly appeared, as if they were giants who had just woken up. They soared through the clouds and broke through the oppressive atmosphere. The people of the Heavenly Law Alliance let out deafening cheers. They had lost all hope in the upcoming battle, but the sudden appearance of a large number of fairy realm experts had ignited their hope. The despair that they had felt before was gone, as the crowd's fighting spirit was reignited. 23 fairy realm experts. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this moment, the 5th Saint Master's army did not seem to be invincible. Amidst the cheers, Wu Aoyue led everyone back. "Now, I will announce another order from the young master. All fairies are to go into secluded cultivation immediately and are not allowed to come out before the battle begins." Old Chen, the Annihilation Team, Zi Donglai, Gang Daliai, and the others immediately hid. "Wu Hen, you can take a look at the note that the young master gave you." Everyone left, leaving Wu Hen alone. Wu Hen's heart shuddered slightly. What kind of mission did Suyu give him? When he opened the note, there was only one line of words. After reading it, Wu Hen's expression changed drastically. "You want me to betray the Heavenly Law Union." Wu Aoyue nodded. "This is the young master's arrangement for you. He wants to remove your identity as a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance to prevent future troubles. Young master, are you worried that we will lose the battle and you hope that I can secretly help you? Traceless seemed to have thought of something. Unexpectedly, Wu Aoyue shook her head lightly. No, young master is confident that he will win this battle. Next is the young master's verbal instruction. Listen carefully. She then added, if anything happens to me, escort Qin Xianer and Xia Jingyu far away. Wu Hen's eyes flickered with shock. Did the young master send something? Why would he leave such a message? I don't know either. Perhaps the young master knows many things that we don't. Wu Aoyue sighed softly. Wu Hen's mysterious message made the two of them feel that something terrifying might happen in the Jinlong continent. The joy of the breakthrough disappeared, and the two of them remained silent for a long time. All right, you can leave now. I will announce that you have betrayed the Heavenly Law Alliance. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will put you on the wanted list. You better take care of yourself. Wu Aoyue raised her palm and patted her abdomen. Under the influence of her vital energy, her internal organs were severely injured, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. She had not even furrowed her brows. In the past, the 8th Saint Master, Wu Hen, broke the seal because of his breakthrough, injured me, and escaped. Wu Aoyue said coldly. Wu Hen was silent, and she looked at the central city with a complicated expression. After a while, she straightened her clothes, cupped her fists, and bowed. Please tell the young master that I will definitely repay his kindness. Even without the seal, if he is in trouble, I will still do as he says. After she spoke, Wu Hen turned around and left. Cough! Wu Aoyue coughed out a few drops of blood, and a pained expression appeared on her face. She dragged her heavily injured body back to the central city. The news was like an explosion, spreading like wildfire. The slave that Alliance Master Su had subdued had accidentally broken the seal because of his breakthrough, injured Wu Aoyue, and escaped. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Although they were ecstatic, their hearts were now covered with a layer of gloom. At the same time, they felt great hatred for him. Alliance Master Su treated him with extreme kindness. Even though he is an otherworldly person, he did not harm a single hair on his head. He even nurtured the cloud-galloping horse and helped him break through. Yet, in the end, he chose to escape, and he even injured our fairy realm. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. After all, he is an otherworldly person, and we should not have trusted him. If the Heavenly Law Alliance unifies the continent one day, we will definitely eliminate this person. In a secret room. Sir, the matter has been settled, Wu Aoyue reported. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. He had not shown himself for more than half a month, and he had become much thinner. His silver hair, which had once shone with a silver luster, was now dull. His face was also somewhat haggard. His eyes were bloodshot. Come over and sit in front of me. Su Yu opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Wu Aoyue did not dare disobey him. She sat cross-legged in front of Su Yu, her heart thumping wildly. What is Su Yu trying to do with such a posture? Just as she was thinking about this, a pair of hot hands gently covered her back. Wu Aoyue's whole body trembled, and her face turned red. She instinctively wanted to dodge. Then, a wisp of warm vital energy entered her body and entered her abdomen, nourishing her damaged organs. Thank you for your hard work, Su Yu said with a hoarse voice. Wu Aoyue was startled. Su Yu was clearly exhausted, yet he still used his vital energy to heal her. Was it worth it? After all, she was just a servant. Something in her heart shook continuously, as if it was on the verge of collapse. I can do it myself. Wu Aoyue leaned forward slightly, and after a few moves, she sat slightly behind Su Yu and started healing herself. Su Yu retracted his palms, closed his eyes again, and started to cultivate in silence. In the past month, he had been painstakingly cultivating the nameless palm. He had tried many times, and his vital energy had been exhausted several times. However, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. He had only had a few moments of inspiration, as if he had grasped something, but he had not grasped anything at all. If only Jingyu was here. Su Yu sighed softly. Perhaps he would be able to benefit from Xia Jingyu's inhuman level of perception. After thinking this, Su Yu closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 10,000 miles away, amidst the snowy clouds, Third Lord, the army has been arranged properly. 300 half-fairies and 10,000 half-gods await your orders. Amidst the clouds, a pavilion glowed with divine light as it floated in the air. In the pavilion, a pale-faced, cold-looking young man was leisurely sipping wine. Yes, pass down my orders. Hide well and do not move. The Third Lord's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes, General. The soldier in front of him bowed and retreated. Su Yu, I want to see how long you, who think so highly of yourself, can last in this calamity. The Third Lord laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. As the calamity descended, the continent was gradually shrouded in darkness. Everyone knew that the fifth Saint Master was about to lead an army to destroy the continent. Fear and despair were like a storm that was ravaging everyone's hearts. It was as if they could already see the Jinlong continent being completely conquered. They who had nowhere to hide would be massacred, and the continent would be dyed in blood. Even though the northern continent still had a faction, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and even though it had a glorious battle record, no one expected a miracle to happen. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. The Heavenly Law Alliance only had a few dozen two-crystals half-fairies, while the enemy had 1,000 people. Moreover, the enemy also had the otherworldly Supreme Commander, the fifth Saint Master. This battle would be the destruction of the continent. Unless the Empire of Darkness intervened, the Zhenlong continent would definitely be destroyed. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until one day the Zhenlong continent suddenly shook. It was as if there was an earthquake, or as if the whole world was shaking. Every living creature felt that something was amiss. There seemed to be a strange aura in the air. It was obscure and viscous, and it was difficult to separate it from the spiritual energy. The green grass and trees became dimmer as they absorbed the strange aura, causing their vitality to diminish. Weak creatures, ants, all of them fell one after another, heading towards extinction. The strange aura silently descended, startling the whole continent. At the Empire of Darkness, at the summit of the giant mountain, on the 9th floor, a tall man in a black robe was looking up at the sky. His eyes seemed to contain the sun and the moon as he looked through the 9 heavens. Is it finally going to open? I have waited for too long. The black-robed man's voice was like thunder. At the 7 Lords' palace, the 7 spaces had already been opened. 6 elders in black robes were standing solemnly, listening to the rumbling voice. They were all in awe. My king, we are ready. The leading elder, who looked somewhat similar to the Heavenly Water Tower's master, had a determined expression. We need to set off as soon as possible. Su, you won't be able to delay us for long, another elder said softly. Even if the Heavenly Law Alliance is destroyed, we still have the army led by the Third Lord. They can still hold on for a while. The elder with a long beard sighed. The 6 of them were silent for a while. Among the great lords, the leading elder said in a low voice, whether the Jinlong continent can be at peace depends on us. We must seal the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds at all costs and cut off all contact between the Jinlong continent and the other world. We must not let the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Third Lord's army die in vain. The 2nd Lord nodded. The Empire of Darkness has been waiting for this moment. We must seal the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, while the 5th Lord is away. We must succeed. The truth was that the Empire of Darkness had been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity. Su Yu had attracted their attention, while they sealed the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. This was all part of their plan. In their eyes, Su Yu was destined to be defeated. The 10,000 soldiers they had sent were just sacrifices to buy them some time. Chapter 683. It is a pity that Suyu has extraordinary talents. He could have become our successor and worked for our Empire of Darkness. I even wanted to give him some pointers. The second lord sighed regretfully. However, in the face of a great cause, he sacrificed himself for the Jinlong continent. His reputation will live on forever. The great lord sighed and said, "The survival of the continent is at stake. We have to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Everyone has a responsibility. I believe that if he knew this in the afterlife, he would be content. Let's go." Amidst the tremors, the Empire of Darkness giant mountain peak, which had been sealed for 3 years, was opened on this day. The army of 100,000 swarmed out like a tidal wave, charging towards the opposite side of the northern continent. On a deserted island in the vast sea, Wu Hin, who was wearing a bamboo hat, looked at the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds in the distance. He frowned and turned to look at the northern continent with a complicated expression. In silence, he stepped on the river and walked on the waves. Central Continent, Inu Region, Inu Manor. Ever since the attack of the evil period blood, the Inu area had suffered a disaster. The mansions had been destroyed, and the people had left. All that was left were ruins. In front of the dilapidated walls, a hale and hearty old man stood quietly. His gaze was fixed on the depths of the ruins. If he looked closely, he could see that there was an old man in the ruins who was silently cleaning the ruins. His expression was focused, his expression was calm, and his mind was peaceful. He did not fit in with the desolate ruins. An old man who was cleaning up the ruins appeared in the land of death and silence. It was extremely strange. "Should I address you as the Inu Manor's housekeeper, Fan Haisheng, or should I address you as sir?" The hale and hearty old man stared at Fan Haisheng blankly and took a light breath. The old man stopped sweeping the floor and lifted his aged face. If Suyu was present, he would definitely recognize that the old man in front of him was the housekeeper of the Inu Manor, Fan Haisheng. In the past, Suyu had the illusion that the old man was as unfathomable as Yun Yazi. "It's up to you. My identity is already in the past." Fan Haisheng smiled casually. "Jiu Yuanzhou. Guard Jiu is here to look for me. What's the matter?" Jiu Yuanzhou was Elder Jiu's real name. The hale and hearty old man was Elder Jiu. He frowned and said, "The Jinlong continent is facing a catastrophe. Are you really going to remain indifferent? After all, you once..." Fan Haisheng smiled faintly. "I am powerless against the calamity of fate." Elder Jiu gazed at Fan Haisheng and heaved a long sigh. There was helplessness and pity in his eyes. "I understand. I'm here to ask a question. Who is Ling Xiaotian? You've observed the continent for 10,000 years, so you should know." Fan Haisheng's emotions were still calm. "I know. He's someone like me, a person who has escaped from the world. I believe that he has already completed his task and left the Jinlong continent to seek revenge." Fan Haisheng did not explain in detail. Elder Jiu nodded and said, "I see. It's fine as long as they aren't enemies." At this moment, Elder Jiu frowned and looked up at the sky. What a strange aura! What are these people from the otherworldly realm trying to do? Elder Jiu pinched his fingers together, and a wisp of air appeared between his fingers. Fan Haisheng remained silent. He picked up the broom and continued sweeping. "I'm leaving." Elder Jiu withdrew his gaze and looked at Fan Haisheng one last time. "You take care." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, leaving a life on the sea, lonely sweeping the back view. Central City, secret chamber. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and extended his hand to grab the air. What a strange aura! Suyu muttered to himself. His extraordinary eyes could clearly see that the air was filled with an obscure aura, which had invaded every corner of the air. It was slowly devouring life force. When it fell into his palm, it was also devouring life force. However, he could still use his spiritual energy to keep it out. The fifth Saint Master has come out of seclusion. Su Yu slowly stood up. If one observed him carefully, they would notice that a halo had flashed past the back of his head. Wu Aoyue opened her eyes and said, "I will also fight." Su Yu waved his hand and said, "Take care of Qin Xianer and Xia Jingyu for me." Su Yu left the secret chamber, leaving her behind. As the sunlight shone on his cheeks and fell on his eyes, which seemed bright, but had lost their light, it reflected a faint blue light. "Welcome, Alliance Master." Suddenly, loud and orderly shouts could be heard, which shook the mountains and rivers. At a glance, he could see that there were many people kneeling on the ground, both inside and outside the mansion, as well as on the city walls. 10,000 people greeted him respectfully, and their shouts shook the clouds. "Are all of you ready to fight, regardless of whether you live or die?" Su Yu asked in a deep voice. "Even if I die, I won't regret it." What answered him was the inextinguishable fighting spirit of the past, as well as their unforgettable willpower. They still wanted to fight for the continent. They wanted to fight for their family, friends, wives, and children. They wanted to use their heads, their blood, and the swords in their hands to create a future that they could look forward to. Good. Even if I die, I won't regret it. With such a resolution, we will surely win. Su Yu floated in the air, his voice loud and inspiring. "We will surely win." The crowd echoed him. Their voices were loud and clear, and they were accompanied by their hot-bloodedness. "Then let's prepare for battle. For tomorrow, we won't hesitate to fight." Su Yu's eyes shone with a resolute light. "Even if I die, I won't hesitate to fight." Countless, resolute gazes shone brightly in the face of the upcoming, decisive battle. The 10,000 people dispersed and entered their battle positions in an orderly manner. Archers, swordsmen, physical cultivators, and scouts all entered their battle positions. Then they held their breaths and focused their minds, quietly waiting for the final battle. This was a battle that would decide the continent's life and death, as well as its survival. It was a battle that would decide the fate of the people. The strange aura in the air became even more intense. The enemies were approaching them. 2 hours passed, and the sky was clear and sunny. The scouts who were sent to scout out the enemy's situation did not return. For hours passed, and the new scouts who were sent out did not return. 6 hours passed, and the scouts who were sent out did not return. 12 hours passed, and the 6 scouts left one after another, but none of them returned. They were all carefully selected 3 crystals, half-fairy realm experts who were proficient in escape techniques, but none of them returned. It was still noon, but the crowd felt as if the sky had darkened and a formless gloom had engulfed their hearts. The only explanation for the disappearance of the scouts was that they didn't even have the time to escape. Even the 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts, who were proficient in escape techniques, didn't return even after such a long distance. The enemies were so powerful that it made people feel uneasy. Another 6 hours passed. The sky was dusky and dusk had fallen. The sun had set, and the starry sky, which was covered by the dazzling sunlight, blossomed with a radiance that belonged only to the night. A full moon hung in the sky, and its light shone on the soldiers' armor. Cold light, iron-clothed soldiers, bright moon, the scene was condensed, silent, and stirring. Su Yu, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. "They're here." After a moment, several black dots flew over from the sky. The sound was urgent, and it tore through the sky with a ferocious momentum. However, they weren't enemies, but 6 heads that had been pierced by spears. They streaked across the sky and landed on the ground in front of the central city. The scouts had already met with misfortune, and none of them had managed to escape. Creak! The sound of clenching fists could be heard from the crowd. It was a sound of anger, sorrow, and pain. Swoosh! A person flew over from the horizon. He was wearing green armor, and his body was 3 meters tall. He was quite sturdy, and he was quite different from ordinary people. He had 6 spears on his back, which shone with a cold light. It was him, the one who had thrown the heads. I don't want to know who your leader is, so listen carefully. You have 2 choices: kill without mercy or surrender. You have 3 breaths' time to make your choice. The sturdy youth looked at them coldly and spoke in an apathetic tone. It seemed like he didn't care about anyone here. Suyu looked at him calmly. Did they beg for mercy? If they don't answer, it's equivalent to admitting it. Shut up and make your choice. 1. The sturdy youth looked at him calmly and uttered a number. Suyu's expression didn't change. Did you personally behead them? If you don't answer, it means that you admit it. 2. The sturdy youth turned a deaf ear to Suyu, closed his eyes, and silently counted. Suyu slowly stood up. You used 30% of your physical strength for the last question. If you don't answer, it means that you admit it. Your time is up. 3. The sturdy youth opened his eyes, which shone with a ferocious light. The 5th Saint Master gave you time to surrender. I'm sorry, but you don't have any more chances. Your fate has already been decided. After he finished speaking, the robust young man turned around and swaggered off with his back facing the crowd. Creak! A commotion could be heard behind him. Suyu turned his head and saw the silver-haired leader grab the spear that had pierced through the heads. He took the heads, wiped the blood off them, and pointed them at the youth. You want to use force against me? What a waste of time. I need to report back to my superiors, so you should cherish the remaining time you have left. This is the last scene you will see. The youth calmly withdrew his gaze and strode away. Behind him no one moved. Only the silver-haired youth spoke calmly. Report back? You don't need to go back. I can help you report back. Swoosh! The sound of something flying through the air echoed out. The youth didn't even turn his head around. His hand moved as fast as lightning as he took out a spear and threw it at him. I already said that it's a waste of time. My physical strength isn't something that the people of this world can understand. Crack! The sound of something shattering and exploding could be heard clearly. Did he want to shatter his spear with a single strike? The youth's mouth curled up into a smile. You overestimate yourself. Swoosh! The only reply he got was the sound of something flying through the air. The youth turned his head around, and his pupils contracted. He saw that it wasn't his opponent's spear that had shattered, but the spear that he had thrown at him. The youth took out 2 spears and threw them at Suyu without hesitation. However, the spear that Suyu had thrown at him seemed to possess boundless power, as it easily shattered the youth's spear. How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so strong? His indifferent face was finally filled with panic. He no longer had the arrogance that he used to have. As he spoke, he threw out 4 spears, which were all shattered into dust. The spear then penetrated the youth's abdomen. The youth's dantian was destroyed. A horrible shriek could be heard coming from his mouth. The sturdy figure was like a butterfly that had lost its wings. The moment he fell, Suyu strode forward and gently held one end of the spear. It was as if he was picking up a rabbit. Suyu easily lifted such a huge person into the air and hung him on the other side of the spear. I really don't understand your physical strength. It's just SOO. You are too confident in yourself. Suyu's eyes were as calm as still water. At this moment, how could the sturdy youth not know that he had encountered an extremely terrifying, almighty body? Wait, in a battle between 2 sides, we don't kill envoys. You killing me is against the rules of battle. The youth endured the intense pain. Suyu's eyes were still cold. An envoy who came to deliver his head? When you killed my scouts, did you ever think of such rules? Seeing that Suyu was determined to kill him, the youth became anxious. Wait, I didn't kill them. I didn't harm even a single hair on their heads. However, Suyu calmly shook his head. I have already asked you 3 questions. Did they beg for mercy? Did you personally chop off their heads? You didn't answer, which means that you admitted it. Since that's the case, you have lost the right to beg for mercy. So, killing you isn't wrong. He then added, as for the last question, you used 30% of your physical strength to deliver their heads to me, which means that you also chose to admit it. So, to be fair, I will also use 30% of my strength. That's fair. The youth was overwhelmed with shock. No. Suyu turned a deaf ear to him and waved his arm. The spear flew out of his hand like a shooting star. The intense friction created a high temperature, which then turned into flames. Chapter 684. Dozens of miles away, the clouds rolled like billowing smoke and dust, surging towards the horizon. Within the clouds, figures flickered. Countless figures stood upright like javelins, appearing and disappearing from time to time. They were sharp, solemn, and resolute, showing their iron-like willpower. From dozens of miles away, a thick, solemn, and intimidating aura swept towards them. Looking at the torrent, everyone felt extremely uneasy. Compared to the Shui Wu army, which they had fought before, the Shui Wu army was like bandits who only knew how to kill and rob. Although they were strong, they lacked the temperament of soldiers. However, the soldiers in front of them gave them a huge shock. They were true soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Before the battle had even begun, the Heavenly Law Alliance's morale had already weakened. The long spear turned into a fireball and charged towards the billowing smoke and dust. Like a firefly, it flew towards the world of mortals. The flame was extinguished without any suspense. The billowing smoke and dust also gradually stopped. As the wind blew, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a dense group of people under the moonlight. There were 1,000 soldiers, dressed in pitch-black armor. Under the moonlight, they looked like death gods descending upon the world to reap the lives of all living beings. Their eyes were cold, indifferent, and murderous. Under the moonlight, the reflection of the full moon was like the eyes of a bloodthirsty beast. Tonight was their night of revelry, a night of murder. The army was orderly, lined up in rows. Different types of soldiers moved forward in a square formation. The shield bearer was in front, the long spear in the middle, and the bow and arrow at the back. Even after the previous commotion, the formation was still in perfect order. 1 dead, 3 injured. The enemy is very strong. The shield bearer in the middle had an additional blood-red mark on his chest, signifying his identity as the commander of the square formation. He quickly summarized the situation. Although the shield bearer reacted quickly and blocked the spear along with the sturdy man, Suyu's great strength still caused some casualties. There is a grade 1 fairy among the enemy. This does not match the information we received. The commander of the square formation was expressionless. He was not affected by the unexpected appearance of a fairy. His will was as firm as steel. The rest of the soldiers were also expressionless. King, take the treasures and bring them away. The lightly injured can continue fighting. The heavily injured can hand over the treasures. Their lives are in their own hands. The commander of the square formation was indifferent. He had actually chosen to abandon the heavily injured. On the battlefield, the heavily injured would most likely die if they did not receive the protection of their comrades. The enemy's cruel laws and discipline sent chills down one's spine. However, none of the soldiers had any strange expressions on their faces, as if this was only natural. Suyu furrowed his brows as he observed the scene from afar. A terrifying army, a terrifying will. This battle was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, the 5th Saint Master, whom he paid the most attention to, had yet to appear. Shield warriors, open the way. Archers, prepare to use your bows and arrows to suppress the enemy. Spear warriors, attack within a 5-kilometer radius. In the center of the spear warriors, a red-feathered general gave the order in a dignified manner. Even though he was just a level 1 fairy and wasn't the 5th Saint Master, he was still qualified to give orders. Under the order, the army immediately set off. Dong dong! The shield-wielding warriors lined up neatly in a straight line. They were like a torrent of steel as they pressed forward in an orderly manner. The spearmen followed closely behind, and under the protection of the shield-bearer, they continued to approach. Each of them had 12 spears on their backs, and the physical strength they exuded was not any weaker than the muscular young man from before. Within a range of 10 miles, their spears could unleash powerful attacks, and each spear could easily kill any Heavenly Law Alliance member. There were a total of 400 spearmen, and if all 12 of them were to be used, it would be enough to exterminate the entire Heavenly Law Alliance. Not to mention, there were also 300 archers with equally shocking destructive power. Fire! General Hong Yu ordered indifferently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows was like black afterimages that covered the sky. Dodge. As he looked at the rain of arrows, he slightly furrowed his brows. The enemy's arrows were all middle-grade divine artifacts, and no one below the fairy realm could withstand them. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members immediately looked for cover and dodged the arrows. Even though they were prepared, there were still some who didn't hide well and were shot, causing a few casualties in an instant. The casualties were secondary. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were suppressed in the city. Release. Without giving the Heavenly Law Alliance's members a chance to catch their breath, the enemy soldier gave another order. Swish, swish. Following the previous wave of arrows, the sky was covered in black arrows. Under such a powerful suppression, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members didn't even have the chance to stand up, and the enemy troops were approaching step by step. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Central City was like a hedgehog. The city walls, roofs, streets, flowers, and trees were all densely covered with arrows. The arrows showed no signs of stopping. In such a short period of time, they had managed to get within 20 miles of the enemy troops. Alliance Master, the enemy troops are well-trained and well-coordinated. If we don't launch an effective counterattack, they will surely get within 10 miles of us. At that time, they will attack us with their spears, and we will suffer unimaginable casualties. It will be difficult for us to turn the tide. He then added, the only thing we can do now is to use the 100 archers we have trained to slow down the enemy's suppression. Then we can use this opportunity to send our close combat soldiers out of the city and break through the enemy's defensive line. Only then will we have a glimmer of hope. The person who spoke was the former commander of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. Bear with it. Su, you only replied to him with one word. But Alliance Master, the commander was anxious. Based on his experience, if he didn't send his army out now, they would lose all of their chances. So you didn't speak. Instead, his silence made his stance clear. I understand. The commander clenched his teeth and forced himself to bear with it. He then looked at the otherworldly army, which was advancing forward. However, something unexpected happened. Stop advancing. The enemy troops suddenly stopped. Swish! The leaders of the 3 formations gathered around the red feather soldiers. The sharp eyes of the Hong Yu soldiers were quietly staring at the central city. It was as if they could see through everything in the city. If the enemy is not moving, then there must be a trap. The area within 10 miles is not only our killing range, but also the enemy's ambush location. The soldier easily saw through Su Yu's intentions. 100 archers were the existence of a trump card. Pass down my orders. Change our strategy. We will fight within 20 miles. We will execute the backup plan. We will destroy the otherworldly army right here, General Hong Yu said calmly. The 3 formation commanders immediately returned to their formation and quickly made arrangements. The enemy troops stopped attacking, giving the Heavenly Law Alliance a chance to catch their breath. However, no one was able to relax. This was because the enemy troops were quickly changing their formation. The shield soldiers were still at the front, while the archers and the spear soldiers were paired up. The spear soldiers took the spears from their backs and tore them into 2. They then turned them into temporary arrows and handed them to the archers. The archers put down the ordinary arrows and switched to using the spears. First round, shoot! The Hongyu soldiers had a cold expression on their faces. Swish! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard once again. The arrows fell like rain. However, this time, the rain of arrows didn't just shoot down. The arrows exploded in the air. Layers of pungent liquid sprayed out from the arrows, which were ignited by the friction between the arrows and the air. In an instant, the sky above the central city was covered in raging flames. As the fireballs fell, the raging flames spread rapidly, turning the central city into a sea of fire. The sudden raging flames turned hundreds of people into raging flames. Instinctively, they tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies, exposing themselves. Don't move. Use your vital energy to extinguish the flames, Suyu shouted in a deep voice. However, it was too late. Shoot! General Hongyu sneered cruelly. Swish! Hundreds of arrows were prepared to kill the people who exposed themselves. Blood splattered everywhere, turning into powder in the raging flames. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of corpses fell to the ground, turning into charcoal in the raging flames. In an instant, hundreds of people had lost their lives. This scene stung the hearts of everyone present. Even when they were fighting against Shui Wu's army, they had never suffered such a great loss. What kind of army were they facing now? Alliance Master Su quickly let the archers attack. Everyone, break out of the encirclement. These raging flames cannot be extinguished. If we continue to bide our time, we will be burned alive. The commander's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't understand why Suyu was still biding his time. This was a matter of life and death. Endure. Suyu's gaze swept over the hundreds of corpses. The horrifying images of the burnt corpses were reflected in his eyes. A trace of pain flashed across his eyes. Breaking out of the encirclement now is exactly what I want. Endure. The commander was shocked. He felt that Suyu was unreasonable. Was he going to watch them all be burned to death? He even suspected that Suyu had intentionally let them fall into the sea of fire. Yes, the commander suppressed his rebellious heart. His eyes flickered intensely, as if he was struggling with his thoughts. Archers, get ready. We will use this method to kill anyone who appears, General Hongyu ordered. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. If you do not move, you will be buried in the sea of fire. If you break out of the encirclement, you will be killed by the archers. You have no way out. The only thing left for you is death. The war is already over. These ignorant barbarians only have this much wisdom. Using us, the Black Iron Guards, is really overkill. I thought that destroying the continent's army of the Shui Wu's army would give me some fun. It seems like it doesn't live up to its name. General Hongyu tugged on Hongyu's sleeve and sighed softly. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, many of the Alliance's members could not withstand the raging flames and were killed. There were also some who were burned to death. The hidden Alliance's members were dying at an alarming rate. This battle was many times more tragic than they had imagined. They did not even have the chance to attack before they fell into a desperate situation. Ending the battle in an hour? What a boring battle. General Hongyu looked away coldly. 10,000 miles away, among the clouds, tens of thousands of soldiers stood quietly. In a floating pavilion, a young man with sharp facial features was leisurely sipping wine. How is it? Has the otherworldly army appeared? How is their combat power? Outside the pavilion, a scout reported, Third Lord, the Tiandao Alliance has suffered heavy casualties. However, the enemy did not suffer any casualties. They are expected to be wiped out within an hour. The Third Lord frowned and said, no matter how useless the Tiandao Alliance is, they should not be so weak. After all, they have the experience of destroying the Shui Wu's army. How could they be so weak? After thinking for a while, the Third Lord asked, did the Fifth Saint lead her attack? No, there are only 1,000 soldiers. The Tiandao alliance is completely suppressed. They could not even fight back. The third lord stood up slowly and looked serious. Completely suppressed? What is the quality of their armor? Tell me everything. Yes. After hearing this, the third lord's expression changed drastically. It's the Black Iron Guards. As if he had heard some shocking news, the third lord's expression changed drastically. When he regained his senses, he immediately ordered, "There is a change of plan. Pass down my order. We must return to the capital immediately. We cannot delay any further." What? Third Lord, our mission is to delay the otherworldly army at all costs, so that we can buy time for the Great Lord and the others. The commander was shocked. The third lord was furious. The third lord was furious. What do you know? Do you know who you are up against? Buying time? You are so stupid. They are not the Black Shadow Guards. They are the personal guards of the Jojo Central Prefecture's king. The existence of the Black Shadow Guards was known to the higher-ups of the empire. They knew that a large number of Black Shadow Guards would invade the Jinlong continent under the command of the fifth Saint Leader. However, no one had expected that they would not be the Black Shadow Guards, but the personal guards of the king. He knew a little about the rumors about the Iron Blood Army. He only knew that the Iron Blood Army had the glorious experience of killing a Divine Master who had betrayed them. They had managed to kill the Divine Master without sacrificing even 10% of their strength. Everyone in the Jojo continent knew about them. Ever since then, they had never failed a mission. Their enemies had always been completely annihilated, and they had never suffered any heavy casualties. The most glorious time was when they had killed 10,000 people with the strength of 1,000. Not a single one of those 10,000 people was weaker than them. In other words, they had the terrifying combat ability to fight against 10 people alone. They were almost invincible. They only had a few hundred half-fairies and 10,000 half-gods. In front of the invincible Black Army, they were just like ants in a flood. Don't hesitate. Retreat immediately. We can only ask the king to help us. The third lord's expression was extremely unsightly. He was not in the mood to laugh at Suyu. The unexpected change in the otherworldly world caused the third lord to feel an unprecedented sense of panic. He felt like there was a huge conspiracy going on. Alliance Master Su. Amidst the raging flames, the commander watched his comrades die one by one. His heart was filled with pain, anger, and hatred. He could no longer trust Suyu. "Please forgive me, but I cannot watch my comrades die in front of me." The commander stood up and shouted, "If you don't want to die, follow me to break out of the encirclement and fight against the enemy. Rather than being killed by the enemy, why not fight against them?" His shout gave the people in the sea of flames a chance to vent their anger. They were not afraid of death. What they were afraid of was dying in vain. Among the enemies, General Hong Yu sneered, "Are you trying to fight like a cornered beast? In fact, you are just like a moth flying into a flame, which will only hasten your death. Archers, prepare yourselves. This battle is about to end." In the central city, a large number of people were about to break out of the encirclement. The enemy archers also pulled their bows and aimed at the next person who was about to be killed. However, at this moment, Suyu suddenly spoke. He heaved a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, as if he had completed an extremely difficult task. Bang! As the Heavenly Law Alliance's people cried out in alarm, Suyu's body suddenly shattered, turning into sparkling crystals that scattered in the air. An illusion? The commander was dumbfounded. He had been beside Suyu for such a long time, yet he had not detected that it was a clone of Suyu. Since that was the case, where was his main body? Archers, prepare yourselves. This battle is about to end. The same words came from Suyu, who was on the verge of death. His voice was faintly discernible. Underground. General Hong Yu's expression became grave as he looked at the ground. There is an ambush. Retreat immediately. Chapter 685. The raging flames of the Inferno City dyed the sky red, so much so that the invincible Black Army did not notice that a faint layer of white mist had risen from the ground. Under the intense heat, the white fog slowly rose, enveloping the entire invincible Black Army. The cloud galloping horses poison! General Hong Yu's sneer disappeared and was replaced by shock. It was obvious that he hadn't expected that the enemy would secretly plant the cloud galloping horses' poison under their feet. Taking a deep breath, Commander Hong Yu exerted strength through his feet, and with a kacha, a crack as thick as an arm appeared on the ground. Looking over, the ground was densely covered with white hair. The number was so great that it made one's scalp go numb, visible to the naked eye. Under the high temperature of the flame, the white liquid in the hair slowly evaporated, turning into mist that seeped through the soil and floated to the ground. Run! We've been tricked. General Hong Yu was experienced and immediately understood the situation. These hairs had been buried by the enemy long before the war. If he wasn't mistaken, the entire area under the ground was covered by the cloud galloping horses' hair. Their killing range was 5 miles, but the Heavenly Law Union's killing range was 15 miles. They thought that they could destroy the enemy from 20 miles away, but little did they know that they had already fallen into a trap. Furthermore, the flames that they released fell right into the enemy's trap. Originally, the speed at which the cloud galloping horse's hair's poison seeped through his body was rather slow, but because of the high temperature, the poison seeped through his body even faster. They had harmed themselves. Hear my command. Shield bearers, spread out and protect the spear bearers. Archers, aim towards the sky. General Hong Yu quickly gave the order. Despite the sudden change in situation, he was still calm and collected. The quality of the invincible Black Army was on full display at this moment. The cloud galloping horses' poison was a terrifying existence to them. However, none of them panicked, and they obeyed their orders like iron puppets. The shield bearers formed a circle, surrounding the other 600 people in the center. 1,000 people immediately soared into the sky to avoid the cloud galloping horses' clouds. Fire! The enemy's attack was instantly broken, and the Heavenly Law Alliance's members immediately soared into the sky. At that moment, Su Yu's order finally came. The archers who had been waiting for their chance instantly shot. The densely packed black, feathered arrows flickered with a dark color. Strangely, there was a faint white light at the tip of each arrow. Ding, ding, ding. The Heavenly Tao Union's bows and arrows were just ordinary bows and arrows, which did not have much destructive power. 90% of the attacks were easily blocked by the shield bearer. However, 10% of them managed to enter through the gaps between the shield bearers. However, the spearmen and archers inside were also of high quality. They moved as fast as lightning and intercepted them. Such a powerful bow and arrow. Commander Hong Yu slightly furrowed his brows, and he looked at the bow that was being held by a spearman. He felt that something was amiss, and his gaze fell on the white dot at the tip of the arrow. His expression became grave as he said, "Throw it out immediately. It's a cloud galloping horse." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the arrow tip that had been intercepted instantly exploded. That wisp of white light was also torn apart by the explosion and shot out in all directions. How dense was the gathering of 1,000 people. Many people reacted, but under such a crowded situation, there was no way to avoid it. Ah! In an instant, 2 screams rang out. White specks of light splashed onto their bodies and quickly invaded their bodies through their pores. Then, as if they had been struck by heavenly lightning, they instantly turned into white powder. The invincible Black Army was finally shaken by the fact that they had died without even leaving a corpse behind. The solemn and unchanging expressions of the witnesses changed slightly. Immediately soar into the sky and leave the range of the arrows. Commander Hong Yu's gaze became gloomy as he shouted in a low voice. The officers in the city were startled. What an astonishing quality! They had thought that this chaos would cause the people inside to become restless and attack the shield bearers outside, which would then create a bigger gap. This way, the archers would be able to shoot more cloud, galloping horses' poison. However, the enemies were still able to remain calm in such a situation, and their outer defenses were not messed up at all. As a result, they had lost the opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the enemies. Even though there were arrows continuously being shot into the enemy's inner defenses, they were still able to react quickly and throw out all of their arrows. This way, the damage caused by the arrows was greatly reduced. By the time they left the range of the archers, they had suffered less than 10 casualties. They had set up an ambush in front of them and baited them from behind. They had sacrificed several hundred people and managed to endure until the cloud galloping horses' poison was activated. Then the archers, who had been preparing for a long time, launched an attack. Such a huge disparity shook everyone's heart. What was the origin of this so-called invincible Black Army? The otherworldly army was nothing compared to them. The people of the Heavenly Law Alliance felt an indescribable sense of despair. They had already used all of their methods, but they were still several levels weaker than the enemy. Everyone was unwilling to accept this outcome as they watched the enemy leave the range of the archers. However, they couldn't do anything about it, as the enemy was simply invincible. After they left the safe zone, Commander Hong Yu surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What are the casualties?" "Commander, 10 people died and none were injured." Commander Hong Yu's expression gradually became gloomy. "We lost 10 people. You're just a disorderly mob. Yet you still managed to kill 10 of us. This is a disgrace. Tell me, how are you going to wash away this disgrace?" The invincible Black Army was solemn and powerful as they shouted in unison, "The enemy's blood!" Their murderous aura seemed exceptionally cold under the cold moonlight. "Then, what are you waiting for?" Commander Hong Yu was obviously angry. He had thought that they would be able to easily annihilate the enemy, yet they had actually caused so many casualties. In his eyes, this was a great humiliation. However, just as he finished speaking, an apathetic voice came from above their heads. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from above their heads. "It's just 10 people. It's too early to feel sorry for them. Energy gathering ring." Buzz. The clouds in the sky parted, revealing a dazzling full moon hanging in the sky. No, it wasn't a full moon, but a dazzling golden ring. The bright moon seemed to be embedded within it. "It's the energy gathering ring. Shield bearers get into formation." Commander Hong Yu's expression changed, but he didn't panic. The shield bearers immediately changed their formation and quickly flew above their heads to form a defensive formation. Moreover, a shining rune appeared on the shield bearers' chests, which emitted a strong spiritual pressure. Rumble. In an instant, a light beam that was hundreds of meters wide shot out from the energy gathering ring. Looking from afar beyond the 9 heavens, a solid pillar of light fell straight down from the bright moon, bombarding down. This magnificent scene was especially dazzling in the eyes of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, as if they were in a dream. "It's Alliance Master Su. He still has a backup plan." The crowd became excited as hope was reignited. Bang! However, when the light beam fell, everyone was startled. When the terrifying light beam fell on the shield bearer's defense, it unexpectedly stopped and couldn't advance any further. "It's just SO." Commander Hong Yu raised his head and looked at it. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the clouds. He then laughed and shook his head. His expression became cold as he revealed a cruel smile. "The counterattack has begun. You only have one goal, and that is to kill everyone. Kill everyone." The invincible Black Army shouted in unison, their shouts shaking the sky. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members clenched their fists. Is this the end? However, at this moment, the energy gathering ring started brewing again. The intensity of the light beams started brewing at a terrifying speed. and it quickly became 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, then 5 times stronger than before. It was now 20 times stronger than before. What? There are so many fairies? Commander Hong Yu's expression finally changed, and shock appeared in his eyes as he looked at the sky. Just now he had clearly seen only one fairy and several, 3 crystals half fairies. However, the enemy still had more than 20 fairies hidden. The information we received was seriously wrong. The enemy has more than 20 fairies. Pass down my orders. Raise the battle readiness level from low to medium. Commander Hong Yu quickly passed down his orders. This order, however, was shocking. Could it be that they had just used the lowest level of power? The Invincible Black Army's members each took a jade bottle, which looked exactly the same, and took out a black blood-colored pill from it. Then they swallowed it. After the pill entered their bodies, their cultivation started rising rapidly, and they quickly reached the 3 crystals half-fairy realm from the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. The strength of 1,000 people instantly rose by a whole level. Get into formation! Commander Hong Yu shouted in a low voice. After blocking it, split up and form groups of 100 people. Kill the city's forces first before dealing with the fairies. Only then would the enemy's energy gathering ring lose its effect. As for the group of 103 crystals half-fairy realm experts, even a half-fairy realm expert would be killed by them. The shield bearers formed a formation once again, and at this moment the light beam was about to strike them. With a rumble, the light beam hit the center of the city. However, another shocking scene occurred, as the light beam was blocked once again. The joint attack, which could have killed all of them, was destroyed just like that. Alliance Master Su, why is it like this? What kind of monster army are we fighting against? Old Chin sucked in a breath of cold air. The 20 fairy realm experts had been hiding here for a long time in order to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. But who would have expected that the enemy would be so tenacious? Su Yu, who was surrounded by the fairy realm experts, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His brows were slightly furrowed. In fact, the energy gathering ring had been used to deal with the mysterious 5th Saint Master. But the appearance of the Invincible Black Army surprised Su Yu greatly, as their fighting prowess was truly powerful. Good. I have underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would have 20 fairy realm experts. However, even a middle-stage fairy realm expert can't break through our defense, let alone you. Commander Hong Yu's face was filled with killing intent as he coldly ordered, "Let the massacre begin." The Invincible Black Army immediately split up and rushed toward the central city. They formed groups of 100 people, and no one could stop them. All of a sudden, for spheres descended from the sky, each shooting out a gigantic curtain of light. The 4 light screens combined together and trapped them. The dry cloud 5 elemental formation had 4 spheres. Magical treasures? Commander Hong Yu sneered coldly. In a battle of 10,000 people, a single magical treasure is useless. Break it. As he gave the order, the 300 archers, who were commanded by the formation's leader, started shooting at the same spot. A single point could destroy 10,000 people. The pre-pregnancy 5 elemental formation, which could only be broken by fairy realm experts, was immediately shattered. Chapter 686. Swoosh! At the same time, an extremely urgent sound could be heard. Creak! The space within a 100-mile radius began to emit a creaking sound, as if it was being crushed by something. At the same time, the air in all directions began to collapse, and everything began to gather there. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the clouds rolled, the birds flew, and the beasts fled. It was as if a disaster was about to happen. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a flame the size of a grain of rice appeared above their heads. It was as fragile as a candle flame. However, this flame was like a prairie fire, and it quickly lit up the entire sky, covering everything within a mile. As the size of the rice grew larger, the soldiers of the Invincible Black Army felt a terrifying pressure that made them tremble. "What is that?" General Hong Yu had fought many battles, but he had never seen such a strange scene. How could a falling object give rise to such a powerful phenomenon? However, he reacted quickly. "Get into formation again." General Hong Yu quickly ordered as he retreated. He stared at the falling fireball without blinking. The fireball gradually became the size of a small bowl, then the size of a wooden barrel. Finally, when it was within 1,000 meters of the soldiers, its appearance became clear. It was a yellow and blue ball. The terrifying pressure made their hearts tremble. It was as if the falling object was not a 3-meter wide ball, but a whole star. Boom! As the fireball fell, the 400 shield bearers tried their best to resist it, just like how they had resisted the energy condensing ring. However, when they came into contact with the fireball, their expressions changed and their eyes were filled with shock. The fireball smashed onto the shield, but there was no sign of it stopping. The 400 soldiers were also bombarded by the fireball, causing them to fall down rapidly. What's going on with this ball? General Hong Yu revealed a shocked expression for the first time. The shield bearers were pressed down violently, and the 600 soldiers under their protection were also pressed down violently. They tried to spread out, but they were surrounded by light curtains, which sealed them in a narrow area. In this way, the whole army of 1,000 soldiers fell like ants under the pressure of the falling fireball. General Hong Yu's expression changed. If he allowed the ball to fall, not to mention the number of soldiers who would be crushed to death, but the poison from the cloud galloping horse was still rising from the ground. Once it hit the ground, the entire army would be annihilated. Archers, spearmen, find a weak point in the light curtain and break it. Escape with all your might. Shield hands at the back. General Hong Yu shouted and gave a command to the undead. The fact that they held their shields behind them meant that they would either be crushed to death or poisoned to death by the cloud galloping horse. Unless the archers and spearmen broke the light curtain in advance and left a large crack in the light curtain, they would not be able to escape. No one could imagine that just half a day ago they had been suppressing the Heavenly Law Union's army, to the point where they couldn't even fight back. After a long while, they fell into a situation of life and death. At this moment, General Hong Yu's eyes were filled with seriousness. He raised his head and looked beyond the clouds. For the first time, he wanted to know what kind of leader he was facing. Was it the Heavenly Law Alliance Master? The Invincible Black Army's arrangements were swift. 100 people formed a square formation and quickly destroyed the light barrier. Bang! A light barrier was blasted open, revealing a passage that could only fit 3 people. The Invincible Black Army marched out. Fire! However, just as they escaped, a dense barrage of arrows shot down from above. It turned out that the Central City's Heavenly Law Alliance's members had already controlled the fire, and all of them had left. At the forefront of the troops were the archers, who were ready to shoot. The group of people that had just escaped suffered a calamity. Without the protection of the shield bearers, the dense barrage of arrows was unstoppable. In an instant, the 9 people that had escaped through the 3 gaps were poisoned to death. When General Hong Yu saw this, he was filled with hatred. Everyone rush out together. Don't leave any gaps. After you escape, your first task is to kill the enemy's archers. Swoosh! The Invincible Black Army marched out in a single file, not leaving any gaps between them. Although the archers did not bring any arrows with them, the short gap between them allowed a small portion of the Invincible Black Army to escape. After killing 6 people, 3 managed to escape. The ones that escaped immediately pounced toward the Heavenly Law Alliance's archers. Only after killing them would the Invincible Black Army be able to escape in large numbers. Moreover, the enemy still had the ability to destroy all of them. Swoosh! However, before they could even approach the Invincible Black Army, 20 people flew out from the clouds. Each of them was a fairy realm existence. The Invincible Black Army that had rushed out were immediately killed. Hee hee, as long as we are here, you won't get a chance to behave atrociously. Gang Dalei kicked a spearman to death and chuckled. He then retreated with the rest of the fairies and surrounded the archers, forming a tight defense around them. This archer team's destructive power was comparable to that of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. The cloud-galloping horse's poisonous arrows could even kill grade 3 fairies, let alone 3 crystals, half fairies. While the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were excited, they couldn't help but sigh. When Su Yu had suggested forming a team of archers, none of them had understood him. It was only now that they realized that this was Su Yu's trump card. Swoosh! Just like that, the invincible black army that had escaped were like moths flying into a flame. 60% of them were killed by the arrows. Moreover, all of the people that had rushed out were killed by the arrows. Even if there were some that managed to escape and kill 2 or 3 archers, they were just digging their own graves. Both sides had suffered casualties, but it was obvious that the enemy's casualties were several times greater. When General Hong Yu saw such a scene, his eyes widened in anger. Those that have escaped immediately retreat and form new teams. However, at that moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance issued an order. Apart from the archers, everyone else is to attack. Kill the enemy troops at all costs. The person who had given the order was the commander. He had been suspicious of Su Yu, then excited and now excited. He couldn't even describe what he was feeling now. They had originally thought that they would die in this battle, but now they had a chance at victory. All of this was thanks to Su Yu. When the city had been set ablaze, they had looked at their dead comrades helplessly. At this moment, their fighting spirit and hot blood surged out of their bodies. Kill them! Kill them all! A deafening shout came from the crowd. More than 10,000 people engulfed the sky like a flood as they chased after the invincible black army. General Hong Yu's eyes became bloodshot as he shouted angrily, "I will kill all of you!" As he roared, General Hong Yu pushed aside the invincible black army and charged out of the light screen. However, when he had just charged out, he was attacked by hundreds of arrows. No matter how arrogant General Hong Yu was, he didn't dare to face the cloud-galloping horse's poisonous arrows head-on. "Master Lin, why don't the 2 of us fight him?" Zi Donglai's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ever since they had broken through to the fairy realm, they hadn't had a chance to fight. Lin Yunhe smiled faintly. "You don't want to fight? To catch bandits, we must first capture the ringleader. The earlier we end the battle, the less casualties. I'll leave the rest to you." Zi Donglai laughed loudly as he and Lin Yunhe joined hands to chase after General Hong Yu. General Hong Yu, who had just escaped, was immediately blocked by Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe. Get lost. General Hong Yu had obviously lost his composure. The invincible Black Army's defeat had caused him to lose his composure. Even though Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe had joined hands, they still couldn't defeat General Hong Yu. Firstly, the 2 of them had just broken through to the fairy realm not long ago, so their cultivations hadn't stabilized yet. Secondly, General Hong Yu had fought on countless battlefields and had rich battle experience. Hence, the 2 of them couldn't compare to him. However, it was more than enough to hold him back. Rumble. At that moment, the fireball finally came crashing down. General Hong Yu had still underestimated it. The archers and spearmen didn't even have the time to escape before the fireball came crashing down on them. Out of the 600 archers and shield bearers, only 500 managed to escape. The remaining 100 were crushed to the ground along with the shield bearers. All of a sudden, pitiful screams could be heard. Hundreds of people were instantly crushed into minced meat by the terrifying pressure. More than 100 people were severely shaken, their bodies severely damaged. Only a few dozen of them were safe. However, when they fell to the ground and came into contact with the cloud-galloping horse's poison, they immediately turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 400 shield bearers, 100 archers, and 500 spearmen had been completely annihilated. No. General Hong Yu roared angrily. His hair was standing on end, and his eyes were bloodshot. With all his might, he managed to escape from Lin Yunha and Zi Donglai's attacks. His speed was so fast that the two of them couldn't catch up. Along the way, General Hong Yu killed dozens of soldiers of the Heavenly Law Alliance who were surrounding the invincible Black Army. Although he managed to save some of the invincible Black Army, he couldn't turn the tide. The remaining 180 soldiers of the invincible Black Army were surrounded. This scene caused General Hong Yu to feel a sense of sorrow. The famous invincible Black Army, which had shaken the entire Central Prefecture, had been almost completely annihilated by a group of rabble in this wasteland. No, the truly terrifying thing was not the rabble, but the mysterious leader of the invincible Black Army. He was meticulous, and had set up traps everywhere. He had endless tricks up his sleeves, each one stronger than the last. He had many magical treasures, and he was skilled in using them. It could be said that he had single-handedly turned the entire situation around. Just what kind of existence was the invincible Black Army fighting against? Invincible Black Army, listen up. Raise the battle preparation level to the highest level. Mission: escape. General Hong Yu forced himself to remain calm as he gave the order. The soldiers of the invincible Black Army who were surrounded took out jade bottles and swallowed a blood-red elixir from them. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation levels rose sharply once again. Those who swallowed the elixir instantly broke through to the level 1 fairy realm. In an instant, miserable screams could be heard from all directions. Many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, who were surrounded, were killed on the spot. The number of casualties instantly reached 1,000. At the same time, more than 100 fairy realm auras appeared on the battlefield. Such a scene caused the pursuers to come to an abrupt stop. The expressions of the Heavenly Law Alliance's fairies changed drastically. There were more than 130 fairies. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, as such a large number of fairies could easily annihilate all of them. However, they didn't chase after the Heavenly Law Alliance's members. Instead, they immediately gathered beside General Hong Yu and prepared to retreat. If one observed them carefully, they would discover that, although they had broken through to the fairy realm, they were all suppressing the pain on their faces, while beads of blood seeped out of their bodies. It could be seen that, although the blood-red elixir was nature-defying, its side effects were extremely severe. As such, even though they had the power of a ruler, they still chose to retreat. Chapter 687. My invincible Black Army has fought countless battles, and even divine masters have fallen at our hands. Our highest casualty count is only 100, but you nearly wiped out my entire army. Could you please show yourself? I want to know who is the person who fought against my invincible Black Army. General Hong Yu stared at the clouds. The voice reverberated through the 9 heavens, but the mysterious person showed no signs of appearing. Is the invincible Black Army very famous? Never heard of it. An apathetic voice came from beyond the clouds. As for meeting me, there is no need. You are not my match. Let the 5th Saint Master come. When General Hong Yu heard this, he took 2 steps back. His heart was filled with anger, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. In his opponent's eyes, he wasn't even worth mentioning. He didn't even have the right to see him. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. My invincible Black Army. General Hong Yu swallowed his blood as his killing intent intensified. Release the arrows. The reply was in indifferent order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers who rushed over didn't hesitate to shoot a large number of cloud-galloping horses' poisonous arrows. Facing such a situation, General Hong Yu was enraged. However, he was also extremely fearful of that terrifying poison. Gritting his teeth, General Hong Yu shouted, "Retreat!" The Heavenly Law Alliance's members couldn't catch up to the fairy realm's speed, and in the blink of an eye they had all disappeared, leaving behind a pile of corpses. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members stared blankly at the fleeing, invincible Black Army, for a long time before they reacted. "We won," Old Chin murmured. He had thought that it would be a horrifying and bloody battle, but in the end they had only sacrificed the lives of thousands of people and obtained a complete victory. 800 enemy soldiers were killed, almost completely annihilated. Such a great harvest caused them to be extremely excited. The life and death battle was won just like that. The calamity of the continent had ended just like that. Countless people still could not believe the reality before their eyes. As the cheers grew louder and louder, they gradually came to their senses and joined in the frenzied cheers. Voices of excitement, shouts, and unprecedented cheers fused into one, shaking everything within 10,000 li. "Long live Alliance Master Su!" Someone in the crowd shouted. The crowd quickly quietened down. No one had ever called the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master Long Live. In the human world, this was the title of an emperor. The Heavenly Law Alliance was a neutral faction that supported the human race. It was not appropriate to call it Long Live. However, after a moment of silence, loud cheers erupted one after another. "Long live Alliance Leader Su! Long live the Alliance Leader! Long live!" The roar shook the heavens and filled the boundless sky. Old Chin and the others were deeply moved by the deafening cheers. Among the past Alliance Masters, only the First World Senior, who had founded the Heavenly Law Alliance, had such support and rallying power. They were somewhat worried about how long Jueshin, their former Alliance Master, would deal with himself after he woke up. Now the Heavenly Law Alliance's members would only recognize Suyu, not Long Jueshin. Beyond the clouds, Suyu slowly put away the energy condensing ring. He didn't look happy at all. Instead, he furrowed his brows. The invincible Black Army was indeed not someone he wanted to fight. This was because their true enemy was the Fifth Saint Master. However, he had never appeared from start to finish. As the highest commander of the otherworldly army, the continent would not be at peace as long as he was alive. The crowd's shouts lasted for a long time before they finally stopped under the persuasion of many Old Chin. They started to clean up the battlefield. The enemy's armors were all high-grade divine artifacts, and many of them had all sorts of treasures on them. There was even a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact found on the leader of the formation. 2 bottles of pills were found on every enemy soldier. One was black and the other was red. They had all seen such nature-defying elixirs with their own eyes. The black elixirs could allow one to instantly advance to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, while the red elixirs could allow one to advance to the fairy realm. This matter was of great importance, so Old Chin strictly ordered them to hand over all the elixirs. Finally, there were a few captives who survived. Everyone continued to prepare for battle. The commander ordered. Many of the Alliance members started to prepare for battle, in case the enemy came back. However, after 3 whole days, there was no trace of the enemy. Suyu had waited for 3 days, but he still hadn't seen the 5th Saint Master. Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brows as he thought about the fact that it wasn't the otherworldly army that had appeared, but the mysterious, invincible Black Army. After returning to the ground, Suyu collected the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and the yellow and blue round ball before returning to the city. The central city, which had been relieved of its war preparations, was bustling with noise and excitement. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members were all drinking and having fun, as if they had just survived a great calamity. Moreover, the news of their great victory in the battle had also spread throughout the continent at an astonishing speed. The great calamity battle, which no one had been optimistic about, had started in the northern continent and had ended there. The news of the Heavenly Law Alliance's great victory had spread to everyone's ears. Even after several hundred years had passed, even though the Heavenly Law Alliance had been disbanded, the continent's people still viewed it as the continent's protector. Many people believed that it still existed, and that it was just waiting for the next chaotic era. The descendants of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members who had participated in that battle were given the honor of being the descendants of heroes. They were respected and loved by the people, as it was their ancestors who had used their blood to save the continent. The Heavenly Law Alliance's master, who had participated in that battle, became a legend for the future generations. In their biographies, Suyu was able to create clouds and rain with just a flip of his hand. He had even managed to create miracles several times, as well as kill the vast and mighty evil demon army with his sword. In people's hearts, he had become a legend among legends, as he was the king who protected the Jinlong continent. Alliance Master, according to our research, these elixirs contain an extremely powerful power which can allow one to achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. However, their side effects are extremely severe. After the black elixir's medicinal power is alleviated, the person who consumes it won't be able to get out of bed or walk for 3 months. As for the red elixir, after consuming it, the person's cultivation will drop by a level, and it will be impossible for him to advance any further. When Suyu heard old Chen's report, he nodded calmly. Jiuzhou was vast, so it wasn't strange for such elixirs to exist. However, the invincible Black Army was extremely powerful, and if they had consumed the red elixirs earlier, even he would have died. After all, even a divine master would have to flee when facing 1,000 fairy realm experts. All right, store the elixirs properly. If the Heavenly Law Alliance is in danger, these elixirs will be our last line of defense, Suyu instructed. Also, tell me about the captive statements. Old Chen's expression became solemn. Alliance Master, I don't know whether the news is good or bad, but according to the invincible Black Army statements, the 5th Saint Master didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he stayed in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. As for what he was planning, he didn't know, as his status was too low. Suyu furrowed his brows, as he felt slightly uneasy. The 5th Saint Master hadn't come, but the invincible Black Army had come. What did this mean? Didn't Elder Jiu come back? Suyu asked. Elder Jiu had said that he would come back after the great battle, but he still hadn't come back. Old Chin took out a letter and said, "This was found in Elder Jiu's room. It was dated 3 days ago after the great battle." Suyu raised his brows and opened the letter. "Lad Su, you have done well. You even managed to cripple the invincible Black Army. If this news spreads back to Jiuzhou, your name might even reach the Central Prefecture's king's ears. You should know that the invincible Black Army is the Central Prefecture's king's imperial guards. Their fighting prowess is extremely terrifying, and the invincible Black Army's fighting prowess isn't any weaker than the 5th Saint Master's. It's unimaginable that you managed to defeat them. I never thought that the poor lad from the past would become a strong martial artist who could rule over the continent. I have high hopes for you. I can rest assured, handing the Jinlong continent to you. As for the 5th Saint Master, I will personally deal with him. I believe that the Empire of Darkness's 7 Lords' Palace has already arrived at the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds. You do not have to worry about this. Just focus on recovering the northern continent. After today, the continent can return to peace." Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds? Suyu muttered to himself. Could it be that the 5th Saint Master knew that the 7 Lords' Palace would be heading there, so he went into seclusion? He was even more curious as to why Elder Jiu knew about the invincible Black Army. However, with the 7 Lords' Palace's powerful fairies, as well as Elder Jiu's assistance, killing the 5th Saint Master would be a piece of cake. After getting rid of the terrifying, invincible Black Army, the Jinlong continent finally regained its peace. Their next mission was to completely restore the country. Pass down my orders. Prepare the army for war. The northern continent has been in the enemy's hands for too long. Suyu's calm eyes were filled with a sharp glint. On this day, the central city was in an uproar once more. It was time for another expedition. However, unlike the previous sufferings, this was a battle that they had been looking forward to for a long time. It was a battle that they had been waiting for. They were finally going to start their counterattack. They were going to take back their country and take revenge for their friends and family. All of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members requested to join the battle to restore their country. 10,000 miles away, the 10,000 people were at a loss. In the pavilion, a young man with sharp facial features was pacing back and forth. He seemed to be hesitating. His gaze flickered, and his expression was complicated. "Sir, should we go or not?" the general asked hesitantly. Hearing this, the third lord raised his head. "Are you the great lord, or should I go? Whether we go or not, it is not up to you to decide." The seven lords' palace's great lord had ordered them to delay the enemy. However, the situation had changed drastically. Wu Shengjun and the otherworldly army had not appeared. Instead, the terrifying, invincible Black Army had appeared. Their original mission was to delay the enemy along with Suyu. But what about Suyu? He had not delayed the enemy. Instead, he had annihilated this terrifying army that was rumored to be capable of killing even divine masters. In the whole continent, who would have ever imagined that Suyu would win? From the low-level martial artists to the great lords, no one had ever imagined that Suyu could possibly win. However, the truth was that Suyu had managed to stop the calamity. With the great number of cloud-galloping horses, deadly poison, the sudden appearance of 20 fairy realm experts, and the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, whose power had greatly increased, as well as Suyu's terrifying ball, he managed to kill 30% of the enemy's army with just a single ball. Before the Great Lord had left, he had instructed them to continue delaying the enemy if Suyu died. However, if Suyu did not die and managed to survive, he would have passed the test and become one of the 7 lords of the 7 lords' palace. In the future, he might even have the chance to become the King of Darkness and rule the entire Jinlong continent. The third lord was unwilling, but he did not dare to do so. In terms of fighting power, he was not much stronger than Suyu. In terms of influence, the Heavenly Law Alliance had improved by leaps and bounds. This was especially true for the team of archers. He hesitated, as he did not know what kind of identity he should use to meet Suyu. Should he use his aura to suppress him, or should he use a peaceful identity? His heart was filled with anxiety as he pondered this question. Swish! Chapter 688. All of a sudden, the faces of the surrounding generals changed. Has he discovered us? How many people did he bring? How far are they? The third lord's face changed. The scout hurriedly said, and swoosh! However, at this moment, 10 figures floated over at an astonishing speed and landed outside the pavilion. You have good taste, third lord. Suyu glanced at the pavilion in the clouds and said with a faint smile, "No wonder you could stay here for half a month." They had been stationed here for half a month before the great battle. You knew we were hiding here. The third lord's pupils shrank. The faces of the surrounding generals also changed. Suyu walked into the pavilion and sat down leisurely. Behind him, 9 archers immediately surrounded him. I know what you are thinking. Are you trying to take advantage of each other? Or are you trying to kill each other? You seem to have seen through them. Or you are just here to die. Before the great battle, Suyu knew what the outside world thought of them. He also knew what the third lord's goal was. Seeing how arrogant Suyu was, the third lord was enraged. However, when he glanced at the 9 guards behind him and saw the arrows on their backs, which were covered with white spots of light, he shut his mouth. You came at the right time. The great lord has decreed that I, Suyu, accept the decree. The third lord took out a scroll from his sleeve and opened it. Suyu did not move an inch. He smiled and said, "Yes, read it." It sounded like an order. The third lord also felt that he had become a small fry who had to read the decree. He could not help but feel angry. However, he did not dare to attack Suyu. For a moment he froze on the spot. He did not dare to do anything to the great lord. Seeing this, one of his subordinates stepped forward and said, "Please read it." As he was about to take the scroll, Luo Xiong, who was behind Suyu, scolded him coldly. "Who are you to read the decree to Lord Su?" Hearing this, The leader's body froze, and he retreated angrily. Not to mention that Luo Xiong's words were reasonable. The third lord did not dare to provoke him with his grade 1 fairy cultivation. The third lord felt extremely aggrieved. He also felt that the people around him were looking at him with contempt. Fine, I will take a look at it myself. Su Yu raised his hand, and the scroll fell into his palm. The third lord wanted to stop the whole process, but he did not dare to move. An army of 10,000 actually tolerated an outsider to be so overbearing. Opening the scroll, Su Yu glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth curled into a self-mocking smile. Positions of the 7 lords. Puchi. A ball of flame rose from his palm, burning the decree. If this is your purpose for coming here, you can leave now. You have 2 hours to leave. After 2 hours, you will be regarded as an intruder. Su Yu stood up slowly. He was not interested in the so-called position of the 7 lords. If he had not won this battle, what would the Empire of Darkness have given him? Now that he had obtained a complete victory and was about to reclaim the northern continent, he had been recruited by the Empire of Darkness as one of the 7 lords. As such, the victory of this battle belonged to the Empire of Darkness and not the Heavenly Law Union. Moreover, he really did not like the atmosphere in the Empire of Darkness. He could not find a reason to convince himself to join the Empire of Darkness again. This is a chance to serve the Empire. Are you sure you don't want it? The third lord was dumbfounded. Who wouldn't want to be one of the 7 lords? Moreover, the scroll clearly stated that he was qualified to be a candidate for the position of duke. Even the third lord was not qualified to enjoy such a privilege. Yet Su Yu had rejected it. It's just fame and fortune. It doesn't matter. You have stayed in my territory for too long. Leave within 2 hours. Remember, Su Yu replied calmly, with his back facing the third lord. The third lord clenched his fists. Although he was unwilling, he realized that he was no match for Su Yu. Let's go, the third lord said in a low voice as he led his army away. 3 days later, an army had gathered in the center of the city. It was not just the Heavenly Law Union. There were also many factions, big and small, that had surrendered to the Heavenly Law Union. The Heavenly Law Union was like the bright moon in the night sky. Its prestige was unparalleled, and it was the protector of the continent. All the righteous lords of the world had surrendered to it. The number of members had increased exponentially. In just a few days, tens of thousands of people had surrendered to the Heavenly Law Union. Its influence was huge, almost on par with the Empire of Darkness. The recovery of the land begins today. Su Yu stood in front of the tens of thousands of people as he commanded. Old Qin, lead a large army to the Snow Listening Tower. Housemaster Z, lead a large army to the 100 Territories Alliance. As for the rest of you, some of you will guard the place, while the rest will follow me to the Phoenix Cabinet. The 3 great armies of the northern continent's 3 regions swept across the land like tigers and bears. Su Yu led the army northward. Along the way, they passed by the Inu area. The Inu area of the past was now a wasteland. However, more and more people could be seen in the wasteland. After the decisive battle, they had returned to rebuild their homes under the protection of the Heavenly Law Union. As they passed by the Inu Manor, Su Yu glanced at it. There were many people from the Inu area who had voluntarily rebuilt their mansions. This was the glory of the Inu area's residents, as the Heavenly Law Alliance master had once been the master of Inu. This place could be considered his former residence. As Su Yu hurriedly swept his gaze across the place, he suddenly saw an old man's figure flash past. Fan Haisheng. Su Yu was surprised. When he looked over, there was no one there. However, his soul eyes told Su Yu that it was not an illusion. He could clearly see Fan Haisheng holding a walking stick, standing at his original position and smiling at him. This scene was definitely not fake. Su Yu was confused. A long time ago, he had felt that Fan Haisheng's body was extraordinary. Now he was seeing this scene again. However, Even after thinking about it for a long time, he still could not figure it out. I will ask about it in the future. Su Yu shook his head as he led the army away. What he did not know was that Fan Haishing was outside the Inu area city on the wasteland. He stroked his beard with a smile, then turned around and took a step forward. With that step, he crossed countless miles and disappeared from sight. Even Su Yu's thunder escape could not compare to such a technique. Half a day later, outside the Phoenix cabinet, Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The Annihilation team was closely behind him. They did not attack, leaving everything to the Heavenly Law Alliance's members. This place used to be the headquarters of the army led by the 6th Saint Master. There were many powerful enemies there. However, that was the past. The Heavenly Law Alliance's army had undergone a complete transformation. There were many 3 crystals half-fairies and countless 2 crystals half-fairies. The once powerful otherworldly army could not even withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Law Alliance. The otherworldly army, which had hundreds of people, had collapsed within 2 hours. They had either died in battle or been captured. Reporting to the Alliance Master, the main battlefield has ended. I will lead the army to disperse and kill the escapees, as well as the troops stationed in other areas, the commander reported. Su Yu nodded. Go. You must wipe out the otherworldly army in this area. Leaving a single otherworldly person alive would be a disaster. The army dispersed, leaving only a portion to clean up the battlefield. Alliance Master, we've killed 100 enemies and captured 200. The spoils of war are as follows. The other party was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Su Yu. Let the Annihilation team deal with these people. What about the Phoenix Cabinet's people? Reporting to the Alliance Master, they were all kept in the dungeon. Aside from some casualties when they were attacked at the beginning, the people from the otherworld did not kill them. According to my inquiries, although they were not killed, many of them have become tools for the people of the otherworld to vent their anger. There are many who have committed suicide. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Bring me there. Half a cup of tea's time. In the depths of the dungeon, there were indeed many women who had been humiliated. Many of them had lifeless gazes and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Most of the clothes were not covering their bodies, and there were visible scars of violence on their bodies. When they saw Su Yu and the others, they were filled with hatred and fear. Su Yu's gaze swept over them, and his heart tightened slightly. In the Phoenix Cabinet, there was once a girl who sacrificed her precious virginity to save him. To Su Yu, this was both a favor and a debt. Along the way, Su Yu's heart became heavier. If she was treated in the same way, what would Su Yu do? The last cell was brighter than the rest of the gloomy cells. Its interior decoration was not inferior to the outside world's. In the room, there was a well-dressed woman locked up. She had a graceful figure, and even though she was in the cell, her whole body emitted a pure and holy aura. Feng Xianzi. Su Yu recognized this woman at a glance. She had once betrayed the Phoenix Cabinet by activating the Great Formation, allowing the 100 Territories Alliance and the Snow Listening Tower to attack and destroy the Phoenix Cabinet. Later, due to a coincidence, she had mistaken Su Yu for the Yu clan's young master, whom she wanted to marry. After learning the truth, she had returned to the Phoenix Cabinet to atone for her sins. She was extremely beautiful, and in the eyes of the Otherworld Army, she was the most beautiful woman. Do you regret not killing me? Feng Xianzi did not raise her head. Su Yu opened the iron chain with a flick of his finger and stepped inside. Swoosh! As he approached, Feng Xianzi suddenly raised her head, and a hidden flying sword shot out of her sleeve. At such a close distance, ordinary people would not be able to react at all. Su Yu stretched out a hand from behind his back, and with 2 fingers he easily caught the dagger. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, causing Feng Xianzi's body to stagger and fall toward Su Yu. Su Yu reached out and grabbed both of her wrists. Feng Xianzi's face was filled with determination. If you want to kill me, then kill me. but if you want to sully my body, don't even think about it." "It's me," Suyu said calmly. Feng Xianzi, who was in distress, was startled. When she raised her head to look, she instantly froze on the spot, as if she had been electrocuted. Her eyes gradually widened, and she could not believe what she was seeing. "Black Snow, Devil King. Although your appearance has changed, you are still the Black Snow Devil King. Or I should call you Suyu." Suyu let go of her hand and nodded. "It's me. Are you alone?" After coming to her senses, Feng Xianzi's cheeks turned red. Not only had they spent a night together, but her wrists were now held by Suyu. Her body naturally leaned forward, and Suyu's face was very close. "You, let go. Let go of me." Feng Xianzi's pretty face turned crimson. Suyu naturally let go of her and took a step back. He looked at her calmly. After not seeing her for 3 years, the arrogant girl of the past had already lost her immaturity. Her beautiful face was filled with nature and peace. In the past few years, she had repented for her past sins, and her temperament had changed. Chapter 689. All of them had the aura of a fairy, causing Fairy Fang's eyelids to twitch wildly. "Then, why didn't I take you with me?" Suyu asked. Fairy Fang was at a loss for words, and she looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. She then lowered her head and said, "The 5th Saint Master cultivated an evil technique, so he needed women's primordial yin. Not only were the 8 sisters beautiful, but they were also all chaste. As for the Cabinet Master, although you took her chastity, she still had a portion of her primordial yin, which was why she was taken away. As for me, I lost all of my primordial yin, which is why I was able to avoid such a calamity." Her primordial yin had been obtained by Suyu. Suyu's expression was slightly unnatural. However, he became nervous again. If that was the case, the Phoenix Cabinet's master was in trouble. She thought back to how she had been reduced to a tool to collect yin essence, and her heart sank. "How long will you be gone for?" Suyu asked anxiously. Fairy Fang recalled. "It seems to have been 6 days. It seemed to be in a hurry before he left. 6 days was the end of the decisive battle. Their escape was expected." Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The 7 Lords' Palace had already rushed to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds before the final battle. It was already too late for the 9th Saint Master with the surname Yu to seek refuge with the 5th Saint Master. With his abilities, it would be impossible for him to enter the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, regardless of whether he barged in or sneaked in. However, it did not mean that the Phoenix Cabinet's master was safe. If the 9th Saint Master was discovered and wanted to escape, he might execute them in advance. He needed to rush to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds as soon as possible to look for the Phoenix Cabinet Master. It was impossible for Suyu to disregard her safety. "In the end, I still have to go to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds," Suyu muttered to himself. Time was of the essence, and he needed to set off as soon as possible. After Suyu calmed himself down, he strode away and said, "Luo Xiong, I will leave these women to you. Settle them down properly without any delay. Finish it within an hour." "Yes, Alliance Leader." Luo Xiong received the order and immediately ordered the Annihilation team behind him to open the cage. "Everyone, there is no need to panic. It has already ended. The otherworldly army has been killed. We are the Heavenly Law Alliance, and we have saved you and set you free." When the Annihilation team opened the cage, the imprisoned female disciples immediately panicked. Thus, everyone had to explain. Fairy Fang's beautiful eyes turned as she looked at Suyu's disappearing back. She then turned to Luo Xiong and asked, "Elder, may I ask what's the situation in the outside world? Also, Suyu, which faction's Alliance Master belongs to? Are they subordinates of the Heavenly Law Alliance?" Luo Xiong slightly furrowed his brows. There weren't many people in the world who could directly address Suyu by his name. However, since it seemed like Suyu and this woman were old acquaintances, Luo Xiong didn't dare to offend her rashly. So he revealed a faint smile and said, Miss, the Zhenlong Continent's expedition will soon come to an end. The Heavenly Law Alliance, under the command of Alliance Master Su, has already annihilated the otherworldly army's main force. They are now in the process of recovering the northern continent. As for which faction Alliance Master Su is the leader of, do I still need to say it? Fairy Feng felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was shocked by Su Yu's status as the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, and she was even more shocked by the continent's current situation. Are you saying that the otherworldly army has been defeated? Luo Xiong just smiled and didn't say anything. After all, Su Yu hadn't just defeated the invincible Black Army. Moreover, the current Heavenly Law Alliance was completely different from the previous Heavenly Law Alliance. It was completely different. The 3 words Alliance Leader Su carried unimaginable weight on the continent. As far as Luo Xiong knew, a fanatical worship of Alliance Leader Su had already arisen in the continent. All right, since you are fine, you should leave this place. Also, I would like to give you a piece of advice out of goodwill. Don't call Alliance Leader Su's name directly. Alliance Leader Su might forgive you, but it's hard to say for the others. After Luo Xiong spoke, he left and reported to Su Yu. After an hour, everything was settled. Fairy Feng stood above the Phoenix Cabinet and looked at the otherworldly army's corpses. She then looked at the countless experts behind Su Yu, whose cultivations she couldn't see through. She suddenly felt like time had gone haywire. Everything had happened too quickly. Fairy Feng, I will leave these captives to you. You will also be in charge of the Phoenix Cabinet for the next few days. Please take care of yourselves. Su Yu didn't care about the Phoenix Cabinet's territory, as its influence wasn't important to him. As Fairy Feng's gaze looked at the remaining 50 captives, hatred welled up in her pretty eyes. Even the female disciples who had just been liberated seemed crazy. All of the men present could see a deep-rooted hatred in their eyes, as well as a crazed desire to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members felt a chill run down their spines. They all felt pity for these captives, as their fates would probably be even worse than dying on the battlefield. Let's go. Su Yu waved his hand at them and led the army away. However, at this moment, Fairy Feng suddenly flew over and stood in front of Su Yu. Her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Alliance Master Su, please wait. Fairy Feng's face became slightly flushed. Su Yu's imposing aura was getting stronger by the day, and she felt like she couldn't even breathe while facing him. However, Su Yu was her first and only man, so she couldn't help but feel awkward. What's the matter? Su Yu muttered inwardly. He wondered, is she going to announce our relationship in front of so many people? Alliance Master Su, the Phoenix Cabinet hopes to receive the Heavenly Law Alliance's protection. Fairy Feng spoke up. Su Yu furrowed his brows, as he didn't have any ambition to expand the Heavenly Law Alliance's influence. So he asked, the otherworldly army has already left, so there isn't any danger left. So why do you need to do this? Fairy Feng replied earnestly, the outside world's invasion has indeed been stopped, but the Phoenix Cabinet suffered heavy casualties in this war, and its power is far from what it was before. I believe that the same is true for many of the large factions. This means that the continent's factions will face a reshuffle. The middle-sized factions are unwilling to fall behind, so they will try to seize the territories of the weaker large factions, while the smaller factions will attack the middle-sized factions, which have suffered heavy losses. So, we hope that the Phoenix Cabinet will join the Heavenly Law Alliance in order to receive its protection. Her words were reasonable, as Fairy Feng's thoughts were quite far-fetched. After the Great War, there would surely be a re-establishment of order. That's fine. Su Yu didn't give it much thought, as he replied confidently, pass down my orders. All of the Northern Continent's factions are to join the Heavenly Law Alliance. What? His words shocked all of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members. Su, you wanted to unify the northern continent. Is this Su Yu's ambition? The continent has suffered from the otherworldly army's attacks for 3 years now, and it has suffered heavy casualties. We can't let the continent's internal strife continue. After the war, the division of factions will be decided by the Heavenly Law Alliance, and anyone who dares to use force will be severely punished. The crowd suddenly understood. The Jinlong continent had suffered heavy losses, and it couldn't bear the chaos that would follow. In fact, the crowd could already imagine that after the northern continent was reclaimed, the western, eastern, and southern continents would all be reclaimed by the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance would soon unify the Jinlong continent. At this moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were extremely confident, and it seemed like they didn't even care about the Empire of Darkness. The army will stay behind in the Phoenix Cabinet, and you will reorganize the surrounding factions. The Annihilation team will follow me. Su Yu made a decisive decision as he left the army behind to guard the place. Farewell, Alliance Master. Amidst the army's reverence, Su Yu led the 10 Annihilation team members and left. Fairy Fong looked at Su Yu's departing back, while her eyes flickered. Today, Su Yu was the leader of the world's heroes. How could he still be the young man who had attacked the Phoenix Cabinet for a woman? As she thought about how she had once had an unforgettable night with such a man, the regret in her heart disappeared, and it was replaced by a sense of pride. Even if he didn't have a name or status, several hours passed. Su Yu traveled tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the 100 Territories Alliance. When his soul eyes swept the area, he saw the Heavenly Law Alliance's army surrounding the remaining otherworldly army. It seemed that Housemaster Z and the others had already successfully conquered the 100 Territories Alliance. Alliance Master, should we summon them to a fight? Luo Xiong asked. Su Yu shook his head calmly. There is no need for that. This is my personal matter, so there is no need to publicize it. After a long while in the Lucian faction, standing outside the faction, Su Yu was filled with emotions. This was the starting point for him to step into the Jinlong continent. In the sect, there were unforgettable enemies and unforgettable benefactors. Anuro, the ugly but warm-hearted elder Mo Wu, the cold and arrogant yet kind woman, and Princess Yin Yen, the woman he owed the past was like smoke, and Su Yu stepped through the door. The prosperity of the past was no longer there. Even though Su Yu had descended as the Empire's deputy palace master and chased away the factions that were trying to snatch their territory, the Lucian faction had suffered great losses and had yet to recover. The number of people in the sect was desolate, and the palace was cold and desolate. It was not as lively as it used to be. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and softly sighed. Clang! The sound of fighting entered his ears. Su Yu was surprised. Someone had invaded the Lucian faction. He took a step forward and saw a large training ground. A group of youths were fighting with all their might. On the platform, Su Yu saw a few familiar faces, but most of them were unfamiliar. The previous Lucian faction master was nowhere to be seen. The person sitting at the head of the faction master's seat was his disciple, Ji Hongxue. He used to be the #1 expert of the Lucian faction, but now he was the Lucian faction master. On his left was Chan Yufei, who used to be one of the 10 genius disciples of the faction. For years had passed, and she had become the youngest elder in the Lucian faction. Time had not left any traces on her beautiful face. She was still as beautiful and gentle as she had been 4 years ago. There were also a few faces whose names he could not name, but they had all become the pillars of the faction. The change was so great that no one had expected it. There is no need to test the next one, right? After the match ended, Chan Yufei looked at the boy who was about to step onto the platform helplessly. He was only 6 years old. Among all the contestants, he was the youngest. Ji Hongxue was over 30 years old, so she was more mature and steady. Let's give it a try. In times of chaos, many families within the Lucien faction's jurisdiction have either died out or gone into seclusion. The source of disciples is getting smaller and smaller. This boy is a genius recommended by Shinua Island. It is said that he was born at level 3 of the martial path, but he has already cultivated to level 6 of the martial path at such a young age. If he can break through to Holy King before he is 10 years old, our faction will have another disciple with mid-level talent. Hearing this, Chan Yufei smiled bitterly. The current Lucien faction had no choice but to search for talented disciples in the wild lands above the ocean. The boy in front of her had come from Shinua Island. When she mentioned Shinua Island, Chan Yufei thought of the silver-haired boy. He was now the Heavenly Law Alliance Master and had entered the ranks of legends. Recently, the continent had been in an uproar. Su Yu had destroyed the otherworldly army and saved the northern continent. Chapter 690. Just thinking about his current status made it hard for Chan Yufei to breathe. With such a high status, they did not even have the right to associate with him. If they said they were Su Yu's friends, they would be laughing their heads off. Thinking of this, Chan Yufei did not try to stop them. The match began. The 6-year-old child had a calm demeanor. His bright eyes were filled with wisdom and calmness that did not match his age. At such a young age, he stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. His every movement had the aura of nobility. He did not seem like an ordinary person. "Make your move," the 6-year-old child said calmly. His opponent was a 16-year-old youth. His muscles were bulging, and it was clear that he was very strong. "You are so young, but you are putting on airs." The youth laughed mockingly as he took large strides forward. He attacked quickly, his body as agile as a monkey. In a few breaths, he had covered 100 feet and swept across the child's lower body. With the child's cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to block such a sweep. But to everyone's surprise, the 6-year-old child, who was clearly only a martial artist, was able to fly through the air. There was an uproar below the stage. Chan Yufei's eyes lit up. Only holy kings can fly through the air. The movement technique that he cultivates is extraordinary. The child was like a swallow as he soared through the air and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, his eyes shot out an obscure black light. The youth could not avoid it in time. He groaned in pain, as if he had been injured. Soul attack. Chan Yufei was surprised again. Only Ji Hongshua's expression was calm as he pondered deeply. After a moment, he said, "Junior Sister Chan, do you find this child's lightness technique familiar?" "Familiar?" Chan Yufei froze. She carefully observed the child's movement technique, deep in her memories. Suddenly, a figure popped up in his mind. He was a little uncertain. "I remember that when Su Yu participated in the Lucien faction's recruitment test, he also achieved the ability to walk in the air with his martial abilities. Looking at his techniques, it seems like they come from the same source." Ji Hongxue nodded, then shook his head. "It is not from the same source. It is the same technique, floating light shadow. I heard that it was exchanged for a saint-level technique from the royal family of Shinua Island. Could he be related to Su Yu?" Chan Yufei asked hesitantly. Ji Hongxue shook his head. "I don't think so. When Su Yu left Shinua Island, he was only 14 years old. This child was not even born then." Chan Yufei's face turned red like a lotus after the rain. She glanced at Ji Hongxue. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ji Hongxue was purposely asking this question. Could it be that he knew that she and Su Yu had an ambiguous night together? Floating through the air, a soul cultivation technique? "Brat, that's enough." The teenager was beaten to the point of being enraged. He lowered his right leg, while his left leg gathered the power of his Zhenqi and suddenly kicked fiercely. The shadow of the footsteps was like the wind. The 6-year-old child could not dodge in time. He was swept through the air and fell to the ground. The difference in strength was obvious. "He's still too young." Chan Yufei shook her head slightly. She was slightly disappointed. If I cultivate for another 2 years, I might be able to pass the test. However, it's too difficult for me now. Ji Hongxue sighed as well. The losers will be sent back to their original positions in 3 days. They will come back to take the entrance examination 3 years later. The defeated child's body twitched, but he stubbornly stood his ground. His bright eyes were filled with unyielding determination. Ji Hongxue frowned slightly. Bring him down. This was an official recruitment event, and there was no room for personal relationships. However, he sympathized with the child. Immediately, a law enforcement tribunal executor came forward and brought the child down. The child tried his best to keep his eyes open. His eyes were filled with mist, and he was afraid that if he closed his eyes, his tears would fall. The indignation of his defeat made him unable to lift his head. He quietly left the noisy crowd. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw a silver-haired, extremely handsome young man. He had a slight smile on his face. He squatted down and asked with a smile, "How is your father? Is he well?" The child was startled, and he stared at Su Yu cautiously and suspiciously. Although he was young, he was surprisingly wise. He calmly replied, "Father's well." "Who are you?" "Me." "He. You should call me uncle." Su Yu laughed lightly. The child blinked his eyes. Did this mean that the big brother in front of him was from the same generation as his father? However, he was still cautious and he remained silent. He was determined not to reveal his father's condition. Su Yu smiled. Just as he was about to ask another question, the 2 deacons suddenly returned. "How dare you? Who are you? Why did you trespass into the Lucien faction?" They were surprised to find that they did not recognize the young man in front of them. Su Yu stood up and looked at them. "You should be new here, right? Impudent. I'm asking you a question. This is the Flowing Current Immortal Sex Disciple Recruitment event. What do you mean by barging in? Who sent you here?" The 2 law enforcement disciples had unfriendly expressions on their faces. When the Lucien faction was selecting disciples, it was normal for forces from other factions to gather information. However, what they couldn't understand was that not only was he trying to find out, he actually dared to show his face. This had really broadened their horizons. The commotion attracted a lot of attention. Ji Hongxue, who was waiting for the next examinee to come up, frowned and cast a glance over. However, this glance made him feel like he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Chan Yufei found it strange, and she followed Ji Hongxue's gaze. Her eyes widened as if she had been struck by lightning. Even though several years had passed, the youth in front of him did not seem to have changed at all. He was still 18 years old. Su Yu? Chan Yufei stammered. She couldn't believe her eyes. As the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, Su Yu had actually come to the Lucien faction. "How dare you? Who are you to call the Alliance Master's name?" Luo Xiong shouted in a deep voice. His voice contained the pressure of the fairy realm, which caused everyone's blood to boil. Chan Yufei and Ji Hongxue were startled and awoken from their daze. The 2 of them immediately stood up and greeted Su Yu in shock. "You are welcome. Let's talk somewhere else." What shocked them even more was that before they could stand up, a hand gently pressed down on each of their shoulders. The owner of the hand was Su Yu. He was clearly several hundred meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Such a ghostly figure caused them to be horrified. Then lightning flickered and they felt like they were spinning. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a secluded place. Teleportation! Teleportation! Ji Hongxue's heart was in turmoil. Looking at the figure with his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Hongxue couldn't believe that he was Su Yu, who had been on par with him in the past. "I trust the 2 of you have been well since we last met." Su Yu turned around and smiled. Ji Hongxue was speechless. As for Chan Yufei, she looked at Su Yu deeply. After a while, she smiled and said, "I have been well. Su Yu smiled calmly. The Lucian faction will get better. The two of them smiled bitterly. The decline of the Lucian faction had been caused by Su Yu's betrayal. Half of the elders had been killed. By the way, why don't I see the Lucian faction master? Su Yu asked. Hearing this, Ji Hongshue's eyes darkened. Master, in order to protect us, he perished together with the otherworldly enemy. Is he dead? Su Yu was startled and sighed in his heart. In the 3 years that he had been away, many things had changed. My condolences, Su Yu consoled. Chan Yufei looked at him, but didn't dare look him in the eye. Alliance Master Su, you didn't come to the Lucian faction just to catch up with us, did you? Su Yu nodded. Yes, I wanted to ask you. Did Elder and Yuro come back? And Emma Wu, do you know where they are? Ever since he had placed in Yuro on Shenhua Island, he had lost all contact with her. As he passed by the Lucian faction, he decided to ask. Chan Yufei shook her head slightly. No. Ji Hongxue also shook his head. Su Yu was disappointed. If that's the case, I will take my leave. Take care of yourselves. As Su Yu spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in the sky. A mysterious artistic conception descended upon the surroundings, as if it had become a painting. Then Su Yu clenched his fist, and the artistic conception gathered in his palm. When he opened it, he saw a transparent symbol shining brightly. With a flick of his finger, the symbol entered the space between Chan Yufei's brows. This is my divine decree. If you are in trouble in the future, you can bring it to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Su Yu waved his sleeves and left. Before he left, he said, That child is the descendant of an old friend from the Shenhua continent. Please take care of him. As he spoke, he flew into the air and left, along with 10 fairy realm shadows. Chan Yufei was stunned. She touched her forehead and smiled warmly. He hadn't forgotten her in the end. Ji Hongxue was overjoyed with the token of the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, who had dared to bully the Lucian faction. After the excitement, they were filled with melancholy. They had once stood at the same starting line, but the gap between them had only grown wider. An hour later, when they returned to the examination grounds, they found that it was already a mess. What? Was that young man really our Lucian faction's Heavenly Law Alliance Master, Su Yu? The newcomers were shocked. Oh my God, does he look like this? It's over. I won't be able to sleep tonight. That is the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, the continent's guardian. I can't believe that I was lucky enough to see his true appearance. The 2 deacons had the darkest expressions. They looked like they were about to be punished. They had actually spoken rudely to the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. Quiet. The competition will continue. Ji Hongxue shouted in a low voice. His expression was still solemn, but his words clearly carried some sort of carefree tone. Also, I have an announcement. Ji Hongxue looked at the child. What is your name? The child was overwhelmed by the favor. The person in front of him was the Lucian faction's master, yet he had personally asked for his name. Li Jun, Ji Hongxue revealed a smile. Yes, Li Jun. Are you willing to become my last disciple? His words shocked everyone. The first disciple meant that he would be the future successor of the Lucian faction. Li Jun was overjoyed. I am willing. However, he was curious as to why he had become the first disciple. Was it because of that silver-haired big brother? Master, isn't this too rash? A few elders frowned. Such a decision was too absurd. Ji Hongxue was expressionless. Li Jun is the descendant of that person's old friend. Are you sure you want to object? What, the descendant of an old friend? A few elders looked at Li Jun in unison. Their eyes were burning with a fiery light, as if they wanted to burn Li Jun. They who were old and experienced all revealed expressions of joy. The descendant of Su Yu's old friend had become the Lucian faction's young master. Even the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance would not dare to be impudent in the Lucian faction. It could be imagined that the Lucian faction would be safe for hundreds of years. Ji Hongxue and Chan Yufei looked at each other. There was not much joy in their eyes. Instead, there was worry. After the test ended, they went to the elder's residence. Inside a simple house, two beautiful women, one cold and arrogant, one gentle, were quietly cultivating. "Uncle, Alliance Master Su has come. You should have felt his aura, right? Why didn't you let us tell him where you were?" Ji Hongxue and Chan Yufei stood outside the door. Anuro and Mo Wu were in the Lucian faction. Anuro slowly opened her eyes, not saying a word. The two of them tactfully retreated. Only the two of them were left in the house. Mo Wu opened her eyes and said gently, "Master, don't you regret it? If you chase after him now, you might still be able to make it." Anuro's dignified face revealed an otherworldly expression. "We did not help him when he was at his lowest. Now that he is famous, I do not have the face to meet him. As for you, you have been thinking about him for 3 years. Why didn't you come out to meet him?" Mo Wu was silent, biting her lips. She was clearly conflicted. After a moment, her eyes became clear. "I am not fated with him. Moreover, I only want to be with you." Anuro sighed softly. "We are not fated with him. If we are fated, I believe we will meet again." Shenyue Island, Xinyu Prefecture. Su Yu stood in front of the Duke's mansion, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He wanted to continue the scene that had been interrupted here 6 years ago. He could not delay his marriage with Xiener any longer. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu stepped into the mansion. Inside the mansion, a middle-aged man with white hair stood under the sun, concentrating on reading papers. Su Yu looked at him, quietly, not startled. After half a cup of tea's time, he left without a sound. "Alliance Master, are you not going to meet him?" Luo Xiong could tell from Su Yu's eyes that this person had a close relationship with Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was gratified. "I have already met him. There is no need for the old man to worry about me. Let's go. However, I will be the one leaving. You will lead the annihilation team and stay here. Pass this letter to him. Tell him that the day I return will be the day of my wedding with Xiener. Invite him to another cup of tea that I have prepared for him." Su Yu instructed him, handing him a letter. Luo Xiong was surprised. "Alliance Master, what about you?" Su Yu's gaze shot towards the depths of the sea, to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to save an old friend. Chapter 691. The Duke of Xinyu suddenly turned his head to look at the sky, as if he had sensed something. "Is you back?" His eyes were filled with excitement and longing. Luo Xiong took a deep breath and entered. He revealed his identity and handed over the letter. After reading it, the Duke of Xinyu burst into tears. Half a day later, the Duke of Xinyu's palace was empty. A day later, in the royal court of the Fenglin Empire, the Dragon-Robed King was riding at a high speed. At this moment, a ball of flame flew into the palace. The guards were shocked. "Protect the king!" The flame did not attack the king. It flew past the dragon table and transformed into a pair of figures. It was the Lucian faction master and Li Jun. "Greetings, immortal master." The king stood up and bowed. This was only an image, not a real person. It could not respond to the king. "Li Jun has been accepted as my last disciple. He will not be able to return within 10 years. If you are willing, you can crush this jade pendant and the faction will send someone to fetch you." Hearing this, the king was overjoyed. "Also, if the empire is in trouble, you can ask for help from the Lucian faction." The king was once again excited, but he was confused. According to his understanding, his son's talent was average. It was hard to say if he could even enter the Lucian faction. How could he become the last disciple of the faction master? Moreover, the king observed the other party's tone and expression. "As for why I am doing this, I hope you understand. This is a request from an old friend of yours." The king smiled. "You are a dragon among men. No matter where or when, You will always create a storm. Su-yu, you still remember me. In the past, at the Holy Meet, Su-yu had survived and helped the third prince successfully ascend to the throne. Li Jun, the child who had passed the Lucien faction examination, was his son. I hope you will not spread the news of Alliance Master Su's identity. That is all I have to say. The Lucien faction master's voice faded and the flame was extinguished. Haha, Su-yu, I am just a mortal. Do I have the right to witness your rise? The third prince looked up into the sky, lost in thought. In the sea, a figure flew quickly, taking out a communication jade pendant. Old Chin, now that the northern continent has been pacified, we should immediately dispatch our troops to the other continents. I hope that when I return, there won't be a single person from the mortal realm left on the continent. Su-yu crushed the jade pendant, and a mass of blue specks of light disappeared into the void. This way, even if Su-yu wasn't in the Heavenly Law Alliance, they wouldn't be without a leader. With his heart at ease, Su-yu quickly rushed toward the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was his benefactor in the past. In order to save him, she had once sacrificed herself. Now that he was in trouble, he had to take revenge. One day later, the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds appeared in the distance. Standing 30 miles away, Su-yu stopped and frowned slightly. Corpses floated in the vast sea. As far as the eye could see, there are more than 100 of them. Looking at their clothes, they all had the symbol of the Empire of Darkness. The battle is very intense. Su-yu landed on the ground and examined the wounds of one of the soldiers. There were many wounds, but he hadn't been killed by a single strike from an expert. It was obvious that the battle between the two sides had been intense. Is it the 5th Saint Master and the mysterious, invincible Black Army? Su-yu wondered as his body flickered like a beam of light. A moment later, a small island appeared in the distance. It was like a giant dragon hiding at the bottom of the sea, revealing the tip of an iceberg. It was dark and oppressive. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, which Elder Jiu had personally guarded in the past, had become the source of the Zhenlong continent's calamity. All the otherworldly people had come out from the cracks in the depths of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Landing on the island, corpses were strewn all over the ground. There were enemies and people from the Empire of Darkness. There were tens of thousands of casualties on both sides. The remnants of the invincible Black Army could be seen among the enemy corpses. The invincible Black Army has returned? What about the 9th Saint Master? Did he also successfully escape? Su-yu's heart slightly tightened, and he immediately rushed toward the dragon abyss. At this moment, the dragon abyss was wide open, and there were traces of the Empire of Darkness attacking. Without any hesitation, Su-yu flew into the dragon abyss. Just like before, the dragon abyss was filled with yin energy and darkness. It was a vast expanse of darkness, and it was unknown where the so-called crack was. However, there was actually no need to search carefully. The corpses on the ground were enough to guide the way. Su-yu's figure flickered, and he immediately gave chase. Along the way, he realized that the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds had changed a lot in the past 3 years. Although the yin qi was extremely heavy, the spiritual energy here was abundant, more than 10 times that of the outside world. At the same time, there was also a very strong, obscure aura. This aura could devour weak living beings, and it could be found everywhere in the whole continent. This aura is really coming from the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. What kind of scheme does the otherworldly people have? Su-yu had a bad premonition. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, which was once vast and boundless in Su-yu's eyes, was now only half a cup of tea's time away. After crossing the former Sin City, he arrived at the Ghost Clan's land, where Shang-Go had once stayed. That place had already been razed to the ground, and all of the ghosts had been killed, leaving behind only the corpses of humans and ghosts. This was the furthest Su-yu could go, and he didn't go any further than that. Su Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew toward its depths. After a short while, Su Yu stood on a barren mountain range. As he looked at the depths of the dragon abyss, shock appeared in his eyes. He could see that there was a multicolored crack in the depths of the dragon abyss, which was filled with boundless darkness. The crack was extremely bright, and it flickered with a divine light, while many pure otherworldly auras surged out of it. Is Jiuzhou on the other side of the crack? Su Yu's heart shuddered. Under the illumination of the light, he had finally caught up to the Empire of Darkness army. There were 6 palace masters and several thousand soldiers. At the end of the crack, there were more than 100 soldiers, as well as several fairy realm experts. The invincible Black Army was the main force of the soldiers. Among the fairy realm experts, there was a middle-aged level 5 fairy realm scholar. He must be the rumored 5th Saint Master. His white robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and his whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Just by standing still, he gave Su Yu an oppressive feeling. What a powerful aura! Su Yu's heart shuddered. The 5th Saint Master was even more powerful than he had imagined. Beside the 5th Saint Master was General Hongyu, who had fought with Su Yu before. Behind General Hongyu was the 9th Saint Master, who caused Su Yu's heart to shudder. He was the Yu clan's ancestor, who had chased after him in the past. He still hadn't taken revenge for what had happened in the past, yet he had unexpectedly kidnapped the Phoenix Cabinet's master. He had to settle all of his old and new grudges today. However, Su Yu didn't recklessly attack them, as he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. It was obvious that the Empire of Darkness had forced them to their limits, yet they still didn't dare to attack them. Su Yu focused his gaze and looked past the remaining soldiers of the Empire of Darkness. He saw a giant cage. Within the cage, Su Yu saw a middle-aged woman. She had a picturesque appearance, fair skin, and looked like she was in her 30s. Her youthfulness and charm were 2 completely different qualities. At this moment, her eyes were gloomy, and she was looking at the Empire of Darkness army. Her eyes were filled with worry, and it seemed like she didn't have a good impression of the Empire of Darkness army. The Phoenix Cabinet's master. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, as he knew that they were still alive. Now that the situation was urgent, the 5th Saint Master probably didn't have the time to absorb their primordial Een, as they hadn't been humiliated. Now he just had to save them. Chapter 692. On one side of the cage, a black-robed middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were naturally closed, as if he was cultivating. Behind him, a young man stood upright and respectfully. Su Yu had fought this youth before. He was the 6th Saint Master. He was a level 3 fairy, yet he was unexpectedly acting as a protector for this ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Who is he? Su Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. His soul eyes landed on him, as if he wanted to see through him. However, all of a sudden, the middle-aged man with his eyes closed opened his eyes. Su Yu's soul energy was bounced off fiercely. This was the first time his soul power had been repelled. The black-robed, middle-aged man squinted his eyes, and it seemed like he had discovered Su Yu's existence. Interesting. The Empire of Darkness has also sent out experts? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? The middle-aged man's voice was heavy like metal. Welcome back, 4th Saint Master. All the otherworldly beings, including the 5th Saint Master, knelt down on one knee and greeted him respectfully. Su Yu's pupils contracted. The 4th Saint Master? Why did the 4th Saint Master also appear? Didn't they say that the 5th Saint Master was the highest commander in the other world? You did well. You were able to buy me some time to cross the crevice. You have contributed greatly. The 4th Saint Master let out a long sigh. The 4th Saint Master smiled faintly as he looked at the 7 Lords of Darkness, who were on high alert. Finally, his gaze landed on the Great Lord, a level 6 fairy. His cultivation is the same as mine. I really didn't expect that a level 6 fairy could be born in such a wasteland. You must have broken through to the fairy realm 3 years ago, right? The fourth Saint Master was calm and composed. He had a deep smile on his face as he stared at Suyu, who was dozens of miles away. The expressions of the seven lords' palace lords changed. The great lord covered his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely. A look of shock appeared on his aged face. Along the way, the invincible Black Army had been completely routed. Even though the invincible Black Army had managed to sneak into their rear, they were still unable to change the outcome of the battle. The fifth Saint Master and the others were forced to the edge of the fissure. They were about to be killed in one fell swoop, and the fissure would be completely sealed. But at the last moment, a figure stepped out of the crack. He suddenly attacked and severely injured the great lord's abdomen. After the figure appeared, he seemed to be unable to adapt to this place immediately, so he circulated his energy in the same place for a moment. They did not dare to act rashly. Upon hearing this, the great lord's expression became gloomy, and his heart sank. They were both grade 6 fairies, yet their abilities were not at the same level. Although the other party was seriously injured, and he was suspected of launching a sneak attack, the fact that he was unable to react in time showed how powerful the other party was. The sudden appearance of the fourth Saint Master changed the situation of the battle. If you surrender now, I can spare your lives. The fourth Saint Master had a relaxed expression on his face. You are not qualified to be my enemy. I advise you not to seek your own destruction. The great lord's gaze hardened. We have no way out. Let's attack together. If they allowed the fourth Saint Master to leave, all their previous efforts would go to waste, and the continent would definitely be occupied by the otherworldly experts again. And the countless soldiers of the Empire of Darkness that they had sacrificed were all in vain. Fight! Numerous angry roars rang out. Whether it was the Seven Lords' Palace or the 1,000 soldiers, they immediately joined the battle. In terms of numbers, they had an absolute advantage. Even if they couldn't defeat the fourth Saint Master, they could still wipe out the remaining enemy troops. The fourth Saint Master's calm expression darkened, and he revealed an unhappy expression. You overestimate yourself. Kill them all. With a wave of his hand, the fourth Saint Master grabbed a handful of vital energy and sent it towards the attacking army. At that moment, a formless energy ball charged into the army. Bang! With a loud explosion, dozens of people were instantly turned into ashes. The fifth Saint Master, the sixth Saint Master, the ninth Saint Master, General Hongyu, and the invincible Black Army attacked one after another. At that moment, both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. However, the situation was not good. Even though the Seven Lords' Palace had many Saint Masters, the fifth Saint Master and the other two Saint Masters were fighting and suppressing the invincible Black Army. General Hongyu was still commanding the invincible Black Army from afar. Every time they attacked, the invincible Black Army would reap the lives of many soldiers. Their efficiency was even higher than that of the fourth Saint Master, as expected of the Imperial Guards of our king. Seeing this, even the fourth Saint Master couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. I am even more curious about the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. I can't believe that there is such a person in the Jinlong continent. The fifth Saint Master and the others also smiled. The invincible Black Army was exceptionally powerful. With their speed, they would be able to wipe out the Empire of Darkness's army in less than 5 minutes. At that time, the battle prowess of both sides would be reversed, and it would be easy for them to kill the enemy. Of course, their greatest reliance was naturally the fourth Saint Master. It was only because of his appearance that they were able to pin down the enemy's strongest lord. Otherwise, if the enemy's grade 6 fairies were to attack them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The expressions of the Seven Lords' Palaces, people changed. This strange, invincible Black Army was indeed frightening. If they really managed to wipe out the invincible Black Army, what awaited them would surely be complete annihilation. The situation had instantly become dire. I will pin down the fourth Saint Master. You guys, take some of your men and deal with this army, the great lord shouted in a low voice as he took the initiative to attack the fourth Saint Master. At the same time, the Grade 2 Fairy Lord, who was attacking the enemy fairies, volunteered. I will be right back. After leaving the battlefield of the fairies, the seventh Lord gathered raging flames on his fists and turned them into a shooting star as he led the Empire of Darkness's army forward. Along the way, the enemy's spears, bows, and arrows were all turned into ashes by his fists. The morale of the Empire of Darkness's army was greatly boosted, and their battle cries shook the heavens. General Hong Yu's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he coldly ordered, "Get into formation!" At that moment, the invincible Black Army changed their formation. The archers were at the front, while the spearmen were at the back. The spearmen took out the spears on their backs and broke them in half before handing them to the archers at the front. This scene was exactly the same as when they had surrounded the central city. As the spears were shot out, they exploded in the air. Countless flames fell from the sky, turning the area in front of the enemy into a sea of fire. In an instant, more than 100 people screamed in pain as they were engulfed by the raging flames. The seventh Lord was caught off guard and was also engulfed by the raging flames. However, as a Grade 2 fairy, his vital energy was not weak. As his vital energy circulated, he was able to block the flames. However, just as he gathered his vital energy, numerous spears suddenly appeared in front of him. The vital energy on the surface of his body was shattered. A spear had even pierced through his abdomen. It wasn't that the spears were silent, but that the raging flames had covered the sound of burning grass and trees. The raging flames had also blocked his line of sight, so he hadn't noticed what had happened. General Hong Yu was very observant and experienced, so he had used this to kill the seventh Lord. Explode! As he laughed coldly, the spears in the seventh Lord's body exploded, and raging flames started burning within his body. As he screamed in pain, the seventh Lord's body was burnt black from the inside out. A dignified Grade 2 fairy had been killed just like that. As for the invincible Black Army, they weren't injured at all. The seven Lords' palace, Lord's eyes widened in anger. What is going on with this strange, invincible Black Army? When they looked at the Great Lord's side, their hearts sank. After exchanging 10 blows, another bloody wound appeared on the Great Lord's chest, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. In contrast, the fourth Saint Master was calm and composed. In fact, he hadn't even moved a single step. Although his cultivation is not bad, it's a pity that his foundation is too shallow and his cultivation techniques level is too low. In Juzhou, he would only have the power of a Grade 5 fairy, the fourth Saint Master commented casually. As he glanced at the invincible Black Army, the fourth Saint Master said coldly, "Kill them. Let's end this quickly." His eyes looked in Su Yu's direction. Yes. General Hong Yu accepted the order solemnly. He looked at the Empire's army and laughed coldly. "A bunch of mobs!" "Continue killing." With a single command, the invincible Black Army's formation changed. Every time they attacked, there would be dozens of casualties. The dynasty's army suffered casualties at an extremely high speed. With his current speed, not to mention the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for a few minutes. This scene caused the people from the Seven Lords' Palace to become extremely anxious. They were already in a desperate situation. Another one. The Great Lord's face darkened. Only the second Lord, the fourth Lord, the fifth Lord, and the sixth Lord were left in the Seven Lords' Palace. Among them, the second Lord, the fourth Lord, and the fifth Lord had joined forces to barely restrain the fifth Saint Master and the sixth Saint Master. The remaining sixth Lord had to restrain the ninth Saint Master. How could he spare any strength? "I will go." The sixth Lord clenched his teeth. His strength was similar to the seventh Lord's, as they were both Grade 2 fairies. If he went now, his fate would not be any better than the seventh Lord's. This was simply courting death. However, they had no other choice. Even so, they were only able to reduce the number of casualties. The other lords from the Seven Lords' palace were unable to escape. Even if the second lord and the other lords were to spare one person, the rest would most likely be annihilated. The sixth lord was the only one who could fight and use his life to buy himself a few more minutes. At this moment, it could be said that he was courting death. The sixth lord's eyes flashed with determination as he took a deep breath. "You be asterisk stards. I will fight you to the death." General Hong, you laughed coldly. "You are just courting death. You don't have the right to fight us. Form the formation and fulfill his wish." Russell. The archers and spearmen quickly changed their formation. However, at this moment, a vital energy arrow streaked across the sky and shot toward the invincible Black Army. General Hong, you looked at it coldly. "A sneak attack? Vital energy arrows? These are harmless arrows. What use do you have?" "Shoot!" However, before he could finish his sentence, the vital energy arrow exploded. At the same time, dozens of white hairs spun out from the inside of the arrow, accompanied by the explosion, and shot out in all directions. In an instant, miserable screams rang out from all directions. A horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Everything that came into contact with the white hairs was instantly turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, 30 invincible Black Army soldiers had been turned into ashes. It was such a horrifying scene that even the Empire's army was frightened, let alone the invincible Black Army. The cloud galloping horses' poison. General Hong Yu's expression stiffened as fear flickered in his eyes. As for the invincible Black Army, they, who were usually solemn, suddenly panicked. They all looked in the direction where the arrow had come from, as if there was a demon there. Chapter 693. It's you. General Hong Yu's expression was extremely ugly. There was hatred and fear on his face. Although he had never seen Su Yu's real body, he knew that the cloud-galloping horse's deadly poison was the main reason why the invincible Black Army had suffered such heavy casualties. The hearts of the invincible Black Army's soldiers trembled, and as they looked at the silver-haired Su Yu, their faces filled with unconcealable fear. It was as if the 3 crystals half-fairy youth before them was even more terrifying than the level 2 fairy they had killed. The Empire's army was startled, and the Seven Lords' Palace's people were also startled. Why is the invincible Black Army so afraid of Su Yu? The fourth Saint Master's gaze became serious as he locked onto Su Yu. He then frowned. It was obvious that Su Yu's cultivation was much weaker than he had imagined. It's just that his soul energy is quite extraordinary. The fourth Saint Master was relieved, as he had sensed that Su Yu's soul energy was unusual, which was why he had paid more attention to him. However, when he saw Su Yu's weak cultivation, he no longer paid any attention to him. This person is proficient in soul power. Be careful, the fourth Saint Master said. The eyes of the people from the Seven Lords' Palace shone brightly. Su Yu, Alliance Master Su, I'll have to trouble you, the Great Lord said as he turned around to face the fourth Saint Master. At the same time, he secretly signaled the other great monarchs with his eyes. Their hearts trembled at the same time, and they secretly transmitted their voices. I don't think that's appropriate. Alliance Master Su came all the way here to help us. Are we really going to abandon him and run? The second Lord frowned. The 7 lords had known each other for many years, and they had already reached the level of communicating with each other through their eyes. They could clearly understand the Great Lord's gaze, and they knew that while Su Yu stalled the invincible Black Army, they would lead the Empire's army and escape from the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. With the 4 Saint Masters present, they had no chance of winning. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be annihilated. Su Yu's appearance could slightly delay the invincible Black Army, while the Seven Lords' Palace could summon the Empire's army to attack the enemy fairies together. However, Su Yu had just saved them, yet he was abandoning them. Wasn't he biting the hand that fed him? Don't hesitate, as Su Yu's power is too low. Although I don't know how he managed to scare the invincible Black Army. He won't be able to turn the situation around. So, you should take advantage of this time to escape. I believe that even if the outside world finds out about this, they won't blame us. The great Lord transmitted his voice to them anxiously. You don't need to say anything else. Leave immediately. After you escape, I will think of a way to leave. As for Su Yu, I owe him a favor. After he dies, I will take care of the Heavenly Law Alliance on his behalf. The members of the Seven Lords' Palace all looked ashamed. They gritted their teeth and sighed silently. Without batting an eyelid, they shifted the battlefield towards the Empire's army. They were prepared to summon the army and retreat at any time. As Su Yu looked at the invincible Black Army, his gaze pierced through them and locked onto the giant cage. Release the arrows. He's only one person. There's nothing to worry about. General Hong Yu suppressed the trembling in his heart and scolded. Su Yu was expressionless. He held the silver longbow in his hand and strode toward them. He said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." The archers, who were on standby, looked at the silver-haired silhouette that was approaching them. They looked at the silver longbow, as well as the cloud-galloping horse's poison, which was hidden in the arrows made of vital energy. The invincible Black Army had always had strict military discipline, and military orders were obeyed. There had never been a situation where General Hong Yu's orders were ignored. General Hong Yu was furious. Even in the face of a godmaster, his soldiers had never disobeyed. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed. General Hong Yu shouted in a low voice. He raised the long sword at his waist and swung it down. 2 archers who were closest to him were beheaded on the spot. It was only at this moment that the invincible Black Army came back to their senses, and all of the archers shot their arrows. Su Yu coldly pulled his longbow. I gave you a chance. Sizzle. A white flame, which couldn't be detected by the naked eye, suddenly started burning in Su Yu's eyes. All of a sudden, the archers who had just raised their bows let out miserable screams. Their eyes became dim, and they instantly lost all signs of life. It was the white-eyed fire-glass frog's soul flame. In the twinkling of an eye, more than 10 archers had been killed. Such a sudden scene caused the hearts of the surrounding archers to tremble, and their movements became slightly slower. At this moment, Su Yu's vital energy arrow was shot out. As an explosive sound echoed, the cloud-galloping horses' poison shot out in all directions, killing more than 10 people. Almost all of the enemy's archers had been killed. Spear wielders, shoot! General Hong Yu's expression changed drastically. This was the first time that he had fought against Su Yu. He had assumed that Su Yu was only skilled in scheming and setting up traps. He didn't expect that Su Yu's fighting prowess would be so great. The remaining 30 or so archers were completely annihilated. Only 100 spear wielders were left. Hearing the order, the spear wielders hesitated. As they looked at Su Yu's cold face, they felt an indescribable fear. All of you scram. Su Yu shouted coldly as he stepped on the air. The archers had been killed in front of them, and Su Yu was closing in on them from behind. Even the strong-willed archers were starting to crumble. At that moment, General Hong Yu's order was completely disregarded. Even though some of them had the will to fight, they couldn't do anything about the panic in their hearts. The crowd parted. Su Yu, who had just been killing his enemies, had now lost the courage to even attack. General Hong Yu was extremely furious. Those who violate military orders will be executed. Sizzle! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning descended 5 feet in front of him. Amidst the lightning, an arm appeared. The arm's golden internal energy channels were extremely peculiar, and a frightening physical strength was surging within it. General Hong Yu didn't expect this, and he shouted in shock, "Lightning escape!" Su Yu, who had been 1,000 feet away a moment ago, was now a blur. At this critical moment, General Hong Yu hurriedly punched out with both fists. As a grade 1 fairy, his physical body wasn't any weaker than Su Yu's. As his fists collided, he managed to block Su Yu's sudden punch. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, a golden light shot out of Su Yu's sleeves. It was so fast that it seemed like it had teleported. General Hong Yu's heart thumped wildly, and he immediately retreated. At the same time, he shouted, "Protect the Emperor!" Splutter! His shout was replaced by a muffled sound. Another small golden sword silently appeared behind him, and after he retreated for a moment, it sank into his back. His heart was shattered, and his life was quickly drained away. Su Yu, who had just stepped out of the lightning, wore an apathetic look on his face. Even if you ignore the invincible Black Army, you are still very weak. Su Yu's last words echoed in his ears. As for the remaining invincible Black Army soldiers, they were all shocked. General Hong Yu had been killed. Do you want to go back to Juzhou or die? Su Yu turned his head around and looked coldly at the spearmen. The gathering of 100 spearmen was extremely destructive. At the very least, to the dynasty's army, it was almost a disaster. After struggling for a while, the spearmen scattered. Some of them ran towards the 5th Saint Master, while only 2 or 3 of them, whose wills had been destroyed, chose to escape into the crevice and return to Juzhou. As Su Yu coldly looked at the spearmen who had gathered towards the 4th Saint Master, his eyes shone with a cold light. He held the silver bow in his hand and continuously shot out arrows. Miserable screams could be heard as more than 50 people were turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. "Lad, how dare you?" The 5th Saint Master couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. A trifling 3 crystals half-fairy had managed to kill almost all of the invincible Black Army. Even General Hong Yu, who was the commander of the army, had been killed. The eyes of the 7 lords' palaces, people flickered as they looked at each other and nodded. "Alliance Master Su, please continue to hunt down the remaining invincible Black Army soldiers. The Empire of Darkness will definitely reward you for your help," the 2nd Lord said loudly. They were already very close to the Empire's army, and they only needed a single order to surround and kill the enemy Saint Masters. After that, they would be able to escape with their army. As for Su Yu, he would most likely be held back by the 5th Saint Master, the 6th Saint Master, and the 9th Saint Master. However, Su Yu didn't even turn around to look at them. He just calmly stepped into the cage and calmly said, "You have misunderstood me. The person I want to save is the Phoenix Cabinet's master. What does your life or death have to do with me?" Su Yu's fist bombarded the iron cage, instantly shattering it. The iron cage had many seals, so the people inside it couldn't see what was happening outside. Hence, when the iron cage was broken, they were all shocked. However, the enemy that they had expected didn't appear. Instead, it was a young man, Su Yu. The Phoenix Cabinet's master and the other 9 beautiful women all cried out in alarm. All of the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet recognized Su Yu's appearance. After all, when he had fought for Siena in the past, many female disciples couldn't forget him. The Phoenix Cabinet's master didn't even blink her beautiful eyes. She even suspected that she was hallucinating. Are you really Su Yu?" The Phoenix Cabinet's master's heart was beating wildly. She had never thought that the person who had come to save her when she was in danger would be Su Yu, who had been missing for 3 years. Su Yu sized up the Phoenix Cabinet's master. She was as beautiful as ever, dignified, elegant, and charming. She had also never been mistreated. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's get out of here first. We can talk about this later." Su Yu grabbed the Phoenix Cabinet's master's wrist and flew away with her. "All of you should escape with us." The 9 beautiful women's eyes lit up as they happily followed Su Yu to escape. As they looked at Su Yu pulling the Phoenix Cabinet's master, the 9 women smiled dejectedly. "Su Yu, what are you doing? Are you going to abandon us?" The Great Lord was furious. He didn't even address Su Yu as the Alliance Master. He just called Su Yu by his name. Su Yu turned around and looked at them coldly. I never said that I came to save you. Moreover, do you really think that I don't know what you are planning? I have seen many people repay kindness with enmity, but it is rare to see people like you who don't know anything. The so-called Seven Lords are just scoundrels who hide their evil deeds. What does your life and death have to do with me? The Empire's people's movements were all under Su Yu's control, so even the slightest of movements couldn't escape his eyes. You. The Great Lord was both embarrassed and angry. It was obvious that he hadn't expected that his plan would be seen through by Su Yu. Su Yu didn't pay any attention to him as he escaped with the women. 5 minutes later, in the sky above the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Cabinet's master, please take them away. The Phoenix Cabinet is guarded by the Heavenly Law Alliance's people, so they can seek shelter for a while. Su Yu let go of her, as a fragrant fragrance lingered in his palm. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's cheeks were slightly flushed, as she had been taken away by Su Yu in front of so many female disciples. She was worried that the other disciples would discover her relationship with Su Yu. Aren't you going to leave with us? The Phoenix Cabinet's master asked in surprise. It seems like the Seven Lords' palace won't be able to hold on for long. Su Yu shook his head as he surveyed the surroundings and sighed softly. The Jinlong continent's recovery is imminent, and only the crevice in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds has yet to be sealed. We have already sacrificed too many people, so I can't just sit and watch as the otherworldly army makes a comeback. So, the crevice must be completely sealed. Are you going back? The Phoenix Cabinet's master bit her lips, while her eyes were filled with worry. She wanted to stop him, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. She couldn't see through the current Su Yu, regardless of whether it was his cultivation level, his status, or his inner thoughts. Yes, I am duty-bound to help those who have shed their blood, those who have struggled endlessly, and those who haven't died in peace, Su Yu said calmly. The continent was about to be destroyed, so he couldn't just stand by and watch. The Phoenix Cabinet's master pondered this for a moment, then turned around and said, You should all leave first. The 9 disciples bowed and accepted the order, then looked at each other and smiled. They then covered their mouths and flew away. After they had left, the Phoenix Cabinet's master bit her lips, while her face was flushed. She then walked forward and gave Su Yu a gentle hug. You must come back, the Phoenix Cabinet's master said softly. She then left Su Yu's chest without even turning her head back. She didn't dare to turn her head back, as she was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to bear to see him leave. Su Yu nodded his head, silently. As he watched the Phoenix Cabinet's master leave, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then entered the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds once again. Chapter 694. As soon as he entered, he felt a strong wave of energy wash over him. When he looked over, he saw a group of messy people stumbling out of the crowd. The 2nd Lord took the lead. He was supported by the 6th Lord, who was covered in blood and had a gaping hole in his abdomen. Blood was gushing out of the gaping hole in his abdomen. He was followed by 800 or 900 soldiers who were in a state of panic. Behind them were more than 100 figures. Shockingly, they were all otherworldly experts. As the Great Lord, you are really cruel and merciless. You don't even hesitate to sacrifice your own people. The 4th Lord had his hands clasped behind his back as he chased after the Great Lord. After Su Yu had escaped, the Great Lord had given up on the 4th Lord and the 5th Lord at the critical moment. At the same time, he had chosen to use a suicidal technique to force the 4th Lord back. Only then did he manage to break free from the deadlock and escape with his army. However, while the 4th Lord was unharmed, the Great Lord had suffered a fatal blow. As a grade 6 fairy, he had almost been killed. The Great Lord's face was as pale as a sheet of tin foil. Even when he heard the mockery coming from behind him, His expression didn't change. After all, he was willing to sacrifice Suyu, who was the King of Darkness's favorite successor, without hesitation. So, what more two trifling great lords? As he thought of Suyu, the great lord's face was filled with hatred. This lad has ruined my plans. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from in front of them. It was Suyu who had returned. You are so confident in sacrificing others, yet you are so angry just because you have suffered some injuries? In my eyes, the so-called Seven Lords are merely a joke. Suyu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he laughed coldly. Regardless of whether it was the current Seven Lords or the Seven Lords of the previous generation who had concealed their strengths and bided their time, it was difficult for Suyu to feel any admiration for their actions. Perhaps it was because they had been the overlords of the continent for a long time, so they were used to disregarding the lives of others. How dare you come back? My army has suffered heavy casualties because of you. 2 of our lords have died, and we no longer have the strength to fight against the otherworldly experts. You cannot escape the blame, and you will become the greatest sinner of the Jinlong continent. The great lord was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu chuckled. This is what you call slandering. Don't worry, the Jinlong continent does not need the protection of people like you. Whether I am a sinner or a hero, it is not up to you to decide. Suyu stopped smiling and coldly scolded him. He then turned his head to look at his pursuers, his eyes shining with a cold light. The 4th Saint Master was surprised. Interesting. I was planning to look for you in the Jinlong continent so that I could kill some time. I didn't expect you to come back by yourself. The 5th Saint Master, the 6th Saint Master, and the 9th Saint Master all looked at Suyu with cold gazes. The 9th Saint Master in particular was extremely shocked. The young man who had once been chased by him to the point where he had nowhere to hide had now become an existence that stood in the way of the 9 States army. It's really interesting. If you go back now, there will still be room for negotiation. However, if you insist on going your own way and barge into the Jinlong continent, don't blame me for being impolite. Suyu took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. Hearing this, even those from the Seven Lords' palace were flabbergasted, let alone the other sacred lords. Suyu's arrogance was unimaginable. Judging from his actions, it was clear that he had no intention of joining forces with the Seven Lords' palace. However, how could he possibly fight against the otherworldly people alone? According to the rumors, his fighting prowess should only be able to hold off the 6th Saint Master, who was a grade 4 fairy. So, where did he get his confidence from? However, his confident expression caused one to be shocked and doubtful. Ha ha ha. The 4th Saint Master laughed heartily, as if he was amused and mocking Suyu. I never thought that there would be someone so arrogant in this barren land. All right, I don't care if you are really confident or just bluffing. I will give you a chance to live because of you. The 4th Saint Master's gaze suddenly shifted and his tone softened a little. A chance to live? The great lord's eyes shone brightly. This group of people basically had no chance of survival. Even if one of them managed to survive, it would be extremely unlikely. As such, a chance of survival was enough to warrant his attention. After looking around, the great lord exchanged glances with the remaining 2 lords and slowly nodded. All right, I agree. However, before he could finish his sentence, the 4th Saint Master sneered. Did I ask you a question? I can take your head at any time. What right do you have to agree? Then he looked at Suyu with a smile. What I want is your answer. Hearing this, the great lord's face darkened. However, he did not dare to voice his anger. Tell me first, what do you want? Suyu was calm and composed as he ignored the lords from the Seven Lords' palace. The 4th Saint Master smiled. Life is heavier than Mount Tai, but lighter than a feather. I want to know how many of you Jinlong people have integrity. Therefore, within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, you will all kill each other. Only 10 of you will live. I will not go back on my words. The last 10 people standing will be able to escape this calamity. The fourth Saint Master smiled cruelly. Su Yu's expression was cold and uninterested. The lords from the 7 Lords' Palace looked at each other, then fell silent. Alliance Master Su, the continent is in danger. We are the few top-notch experts of the continent. If we all die here, the continent will be in danger. Please agree. With our abilities, we should be able to enter the top 10. The person who spoke was the second lord. He had a troubled look on his face. It was obvious that he was passing on a message for the great lord. Is he going to sacrifice others to save himself again? Su Yu scoffed at this. Experts who could only survive if the enemy took pity on them had no right to continue protecting the continent. If the enemy kneeled before them once, they would never be able to stand up again. Sacrificing the lives of 900 soldiers to save a few cowardly people would mean that the continent would have no hope. That's not it. It would be easier to just kill you all. Su Yu ignored the second lord's words and looked at the fourth Saint Master. The 7 lords' palaces' faces tightened. Is Su Yu crazy? Could it be that the Heavenly Law Alliance had been destroyed by the otherworldly army? They still did not know that the so-called otherworldly army had already been destroyed by Su Yu. That's a pity. The fourth Saint Master's smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were filled with a dangerous aura and murderous intent. What was about to happen was bound to be a fierce battle. However, at that moment, the fourth Saint Master's eyes suddenly froze. He turned around and looked in the direction of the fisher. A look of respect flashed across his face. If that's the case, I will give you another option. How about we have a duel in the arena? We will each choose 3 people to duel in the arena until all 3 of our enemies are dead. Only the last survivor will win. How about that? The fourth Saint Master suggested again. If you win, I will spare your lives. However, if you lose, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. What? The 7 lords' palaces' faces lit up. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in this duel. However, when they realized that the fourth Saint Master had appeared, their eyes dimmed. This duel would be a 3-on-3 duel. However, with the fourth Saint Master on their side, they would not lose. It seemed like there was a chance of survival, but there was no doubt about it. Let's just fight. What's the point of teasing us like this? The great lord sighed deeply and gave up. However, the fourth Saint Master's lips curled into a faint smile. I will not participate. The 5th Saint Master, the 6th Saint Master, and the 9th Saint Master will participate. You can send any 3 people. When he said this, everyone was shocked. Even the otherworldly army could not understand what he was talking about. Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and his eyes shone with suspicion. This was a great advantage for Xinlong's side. Even though the Great Lord was heavily injured, they still had the Grade 5 Fairy's 2nd Lord and the Grade 2 Fairy's 6th Lord, as well as Su Yu, who had killed a Grade 3 Fairy before. Apart from the 4th Saint Master, the enemies only had the Grade 5 Fairy 5th Saint Master, the Grade 4 Fairy 6th Saint Master, and the Grade 1 Fairy 9th Saint Master. In this duel, the odds of victory were 50-50. Su Yu did not believe that the 4th Saint Master would be so kind as to give them such a great chance of survival. His eyes flickered slightly as he quietly glanced at the depths of the fissure. Have you thought about it? Otherwise, I will attack now and destroy all of you. The 4th Saint Master's face turned cold. The 7 Lords' Palace looked at Su Yu anxiously. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. All right, but I will decide who to send. The 4th Saint Master's expression softened as he smiled. All right, it's up to you. The battlefield will be between the 2 armies. If you leave this place, you will automatically admit defeat. Su Yu nodded and stepped forward. He was one of the 3 people chosen. The 5th Saint Master, the 6th Saint Master, and the 9th Saint Master also stepped forward. Make your choice. You can choose 2 more people. The fourth Saint Master smiled. In the seven lords' palace, the second lord and the sixth lord took a deep breath. The life and death of 1,000 people depended on the two of them. This was especially true for the second lord, as he was the only one who could fight against the enemy's fifth Saint Master. The great lord's eyes were filled with worry. When he looked at Suyu, he was even more worried. If he had a choice, he would not have allowed Suyu to fight. Although it was rumored that Suyu had killed a grade 3 fairy, he was still an arrogant person. The enemy's fairies were all experienced generals. How could a rash person like Suyu compare to them? Now he could only hope that Suyu would not be so foolish as to implicate everyone. Alliance Master Su, please leave this to the second lord and the sixth lord. You just need to watch from the side. If you succeed, I will be very grateful, the great lord said reluctantly. However, what caused everyone to be dumbfounded was that Suyu replied without hesitation. Do I need to repeat what I just said? The Jinlong continent survival is not up to you. I alone am enough. After he spoke, Suyu looked at the three enemies. He put down his hands and said in a cold voice, "Make your move. I will fight against the three of you alone." When he said this, both sides fell silent. The fourth Saint Master was startled, his expression turning grave. Suyu had repeatedly threatened to kill them, but no one, including the fourth Saint Master, had taken him seriously. They had all thought that he was just bluffing. But now, in a battle of life and death, he was confident that he could fight against the three of them alone. He was either a lunatic, or he really had the power to kill all of them. The seven lords' palaces people were also stunned. When the great lord came back to his senses, he was both shocked and angry. Their only hope of survival was at hand. Yet Suyu was arrogant enough to fight against the three of them alone. Even the second lord was no match for the fifth Saint Master's power. So, how could Suyu possibly deal with three Saint Masters? Wasn't he just digging his own grave? Suyu, if you want to die, why do you have to drag us into this? What enmity do we have with you? The great lord was furious. You have lost the battle, and the Heavenly Law Alliance has been destroyed. You have become a stray dog. If you want to die, I will not stop you. So, why do you want to harm me? The second lord and the sixth lord, as well as the Empire's army, were all confused. Suyu had come alone, without anyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. Coupled with the fact that the Heavenly Law Alliance was weak, their defeat was expected. Almost everyone assumed that Suyu had been defeated. At this moment, the fourth Saint Master stroked his chin and said in a playful tone, "Although I don't know why you keep referring to us as the losers, according to what I know, the Heavenly Law Alliance has already defeated our invincible Black Army, and the Northern Continent has already been conquered by the Heavenly Law Alliance. I wonder if the Alliance Master Su that you speak of is the same person as the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. If he is, then no matter what, you shouldn't have the right to call him the losers, right?" The Empire's army fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Suyu. The Heavenly Law Alliance had won, and they still had to deal with that terrifying army? If this news had not come from the enemy's leader, none of them would have believed it. The Great Lord, the Second Lord, and the Sixth Lord were all petrified. After a long while, the Second Lord sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. The Heavenly Law Alliance was a weak faction, and it would be difficult for them to even delay an ordinary otherworldly army. So, how could they possibly defeat the invincible Black Army? More importantly, the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, Suyu, was right in front of them. The Great Lord's old face stiffened, and he muttered to himself, "Impossible, it's impossible." The fourth Saint Master looked at him with pity, then laughed and shook his head. "What's the point of thinking that it's impossible? He's just a piece of trash. I don't know where you got the courage to look down on this lad. You are really ignorant and fearless." Then he looked at Suyu with a smile. "You are fighting 1 against 3. You are really daring. I am looking forward to it." A bright light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 695. The 2015 Elimination of Pornography and Illegal Publications campaign is currently in progress. An UN group will cooperate with the relevant departments to submit information. Authors, please be careful when you write. Don't make any subtle movements, as they are difficult to detect. However, under the soul eyes which can see through everything, everything will be clear. Suyu raised his brows slightly, while a faint light flashed in his eyes. Make your move. I will fight against 3 of you at once. However, I will kill you first. Suyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, then fixed his sharp gaze on the 9th Saint Master, Yuzhong. The grudge between him and the kidnapping of the Phoenix Cabinet's master in the past could finally be put to rest. The 5th Saint Master slightly furrowed his brows. Yuzhong, do you know him? Yuzhong looked at Suyu's eyes, while his expression became gloomy. He was just an ant in the past, but now he has grown so much. Although his strength has increased, his temperament has not improved. He actually dared to fight against 2 great masters by himself. How foolish! He is really arrogant. The 6th Saint Master shouted coldly, while his eyes were filled with hatred and fear. I alone am enough to deal with such an arrogant person. There is no need for the 5th Saint Master to make a move. The 5th Saint Master waved his hand, while his indifferent expression was filled with vigilance. You must not be careless. Since this lad can lead a disorderly group of people to defeat the invincible Black Army, he must be extraordinary. Now that he is fighting against 3 of us, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Hence, we must not be careless. In this battle, Yuzhong will take the lead, while the 6th Saint Master and I will attack him from both sides. After giving his instructions, the 5th Saint Master fixed his gaze on Suyu. He then said leisurely, the original plan was for me to lead the army and wipe out the northern continent. Our battle came too late. Suyu's eyes were as cold as the starry sky. You should be glad that you did not come to the battlefield personally. Otherwise, the person standing in front of me right now would be someone else. In other words, if the 5th Saint Master had been the one leading the army, he would have most likely died in that battle. Is that so? Then, let me see how powerful the Heavenly Law Alliance's master is. The 5th Saint Master's eyes shone with a fierce light. Attack! As soon as the order was given, the 3 Saint Sovereigns turned into afterimages and attacked the 3 Saint Sovereigns. Suyu's eyes never left the moon bell. After a long while, the cold light in his eyes was like the stars in a dark night. It was both bright and cold. Being stared at by Suyu, Yuzhong felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being stared at by a man-eating monster. However, when he saw the 2 holy masters with powerful auras in front of him from the corner of his eye, he relaxed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, Brat, do you hate me? But what can you do to me? With the 2 lords here, you'd better take care of your own life first. After killing you, this Saint Lord will capture those women. The cold light in Suyu's eyes became even more intense. The corners of his mouth curled up into an ice-cold arc. He looked extremely evil. Ha! I have said that I will kill you first. They will not be able to save you. Brat, you better take care of yourself first. A thunderous shout echoed in Suyu's ears as the 5th Saint Master took the initiative to attack him. A terrifying vital energy revolved around the tip of his feet as he kicked Suyu's chest. At the same time, the 6th Saint Master, who was attacking Suyu from the right, grabbed a shining long sword and aimed it at Suyu's heart. The 2 of them attacked Suyu fiercely, as if they were flying at lightning speed. Suyu did not even have time to react before he was pierced through in an instant. This scene caused the pupils of the 7 Lords' Palace's people, who were watching the battle nervously, to shrink. Was it going to end just like that? At the very least, he did not even have the power to resist. Creak! With a dull sound, Su Yu's body turned into pieces and withered away like a flower. A clone. Not good. Yu Zhong. The moment the fifth Saint Master attacked, he realized that something was wrong and turned around to help. The fourth Saint Master's expression changed drastically. What a cunning brat! When did you leave a clone behind? The two of them turned around to look. Behind Yu Zhong, who had been following closely behind them, a figure made of flames had appeared out of nowhere. It appeared behind Yu Zhong without a sound and grabbed at his back with a palm. Yu Zhong was not prepared for this at all. He only had time to turn around and look at the blurry yet cold face. Fourth Saint Master, please save him. At this critical moment, the fifth Saint Master could only ask for help from the fourth Saint Master, who was watching the battle from the side. Even if it was against the rules, they could not let their own people die. However, what shocked them was that the fourth Saint Master did not move at all. His facial expression did not change, as if he was a stone statue. Ah! As the ninth Saint Master screamed, his chest was pierced through by the flaming fist. However, he did not move at all. Creak! Finally, with a creak, the fourth Saint Master shattered into pieces and turned into dust. The fourth Saint Master's clone. The fifth Saint Master and the sixth Saint Master were both shocked. The real fourth Saint Master had already left, leaving behind only an illusory image. Just as I said, the fourth Saint Master set up the arena just to stall for time. The Scarlet Jade doppelganger glanced at the ninth Saint Master, who had died with his eyes wide open. He slowly retracted his flaming fist and murmured softly. The people of the Seven Lords' Palace could not understand this unexpected situation. Su Yu left behind 2 clones. Where is his real body? The great lord's heart skipped a beat. Su Yu had said that he was going to fight the 3 of them alone, but he had already left. How could the rest of them be a match for the 5th Saint Master and the 6th Saint Master? The second lord, who barely managed to survive, was a level 5 fairy. He was not even as strong as the 5th Saint Master, let alone the 6th Saint Master, who was a level 4 fairy. With such a great disparity in power, they would definitely be wiped out. He left a long time ago, the flaming clone said indifferently. The great lord's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Su Yu, you have misled the Seven Lords' Palace. If Su Yu had not been so careless and joined forces with them, they would have had a chance of defeating the 3 of them. However, Su Yu had now fled and left them behind to face the otherworldly army alone. This was the second time he had pushed them into a trap. Humph! My plan is flawless, so there is no need for you to sigh. The flaming clone snorted softly as it shot a lightning-like gaze at the 5th Saint Master. I left you a surprise. I wanted to give it to you when you arrived in the North Continent, but it was delayed until now. However, it is not too late, so enjoy it. After it finished speaking, it looked at the 4th Saint Master and took a deep breath. Heaven's sun gazing at air technique, soul control. Activate. The 4th Saint Master, who had a puzzled look on his face, suddenly lost his focus and became like a wooden puppet. The change happened in an instant without any warning. Whoosh! At the same time, the 4th Saint Master flipped his palm and stabbed his long sword at the 5th Saint Master, who was right in front of him. The 2 of them were standing side by side, and the sudden change happened in a single breath. How could they guard against it? With a miserable cry, the 5th Saint Master's chest was pierced through. Did you betray us? No, you are being controlled. After all, he was a level 5 fairy. Even though the sword had pierced through his body, his life was not in danger. The 6th Saint Master covered his bleeding chest and retreated quickly. He stared at the unconscious 6th Saint Master in shock and confusion. He had always been with the 4th Saint Master, so how could he not have noticed when he was being controlled? He did not know that Su Yu had used the heaven's sun-gazing at air technique to imprint a seal on his body. The 6th Saint Master did not notice it at all, and Su Yu could activate the seal with just a thought. At that time, his consciousness would be suppressed, and he would obey all of Su Yu's orders. The heaven's sun gazing at air techniques, soul control, realm allowed one to control experts who were not one realm higher than him. Su Yu had used it on him for the first time. His original intention was to give the fifth Saint Master a fatal blow during the battle. However, he had not used it until now. Why should a dead person know so much? The Scarlet Jade Clone said calmly as his gaze swept past the Seven Lords' palace. I will leave the rest to you. If you can't even deal with the severely injured fifth Saint Master, then there is no need for the Seven Lords' palace to exist. Goodbye. The people of the Seven Lords' palace who had witnessed everything were extremely shocked. Su Yu had planned this all along? As they thought about it, they all felt ashamed. Su Yu was clearly their junior, but in front of him, they were like newborn juniors. Even the Great Lord could not help but blush. After hesitating for a moment, the Great Lord asked hesitantly, May I ask where Alliance Master Su is? The Scarlet Jade Clone said calmly as he retreated, At the end of the crevice. I have sent you a message. You should all leave the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds as soon as possible. Everything is not over yet. As they watched the Scarlet Jade Clone disappear, everyone felt an indescribable emotion. It was as if they had seen the figure of a young man standing alone at the edge of the ocean, turning the tide. Let's fight. Let's not be a burden to him. The Great Lord had mixed feelings as he swept his gaze over the enemy. The enemy's level 5 fairy was severely injured, while they had the second Lord, who was a level 5 fairy, and a level 4 fairy who was being controlled. It would be easy for them to kill the enemy. Kill! Amidst the angry roars, the two parties collided. The soldiers were defeated like a landslide. The two party strengths were reversed, and the battle ended quickly. The remaining soldiers of the enemy, including the remnants of the invincible Black Army, were all annihilated. The fifth Saint Master's hair was disheveled, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked extremely ferocious. Apart from the wound on his chest, there were many other places that were heavily injured. The vital energy in his body was in chaos, and it was leaking out uncontrollably. He was on his last breath. Under the combined attacks of the two parties, the fifth Saint Master was on his last breath. He was only a moment away from death. On the other hand, the second Lord of the Seven Lords' Palace was severely injured, and the fourth Lord who was being controlled was barely alive. The casualties were extremely heavy, as expected of the fifth Saint Master. The second Lord coughed heavily. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. They were outnumbered, but they had still been severely injured by the fifth Saint Master. But this is the end. Fifth Saint Master. The second Lord gritted his teeth. The fifth Saint Master was already at the end of his rope. He could kill him with his next move. The fifth Saint Master's body swayed slightly. Under his disheveled hair was a pair of blood-red eyes. He looked at the people of the Jinlong continent from afar, then fixed his gaze on the sixth Saint Master, who was being controlled. He said hatefully, I was a famous Saint Master, but now I am in such a sorry state. I was defeated, not by you, but by that brat's evil plan. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let him go. With a furious roar, the fifth Saint Master looked in the direction Su Yu was heading and chased after him. It seemed like he wanted to kill Su Yu with him. Stop him! The Great Lord shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the second Lord and the others tried to stop him. The fifth Saint Master turned around and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with madness. Scram! You are just a bunch of ants. He spat out a cloud of blood, which turned into a pair of bat-shaped wings. He then stuck them on both sides of his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After all, the fifth Saint Master was a great army from Jiuzhou, and he had the ability to escape. Naturally, the Zhenlong continent could not compare to him. The second Lord and the others could not catch up with him, so they lost sight of him. Chapter 696. The 2015 elimination of pornography an illegal publications campaign is in progress. The Yuan group will cooperate with the relevant departments and submit information. Please be careful when you write. Don't let the other party escape. While the great lord was furious, he couldn't help but mock himself. We are really a bunch of trash. Su Yu had created such a perfect situation, yet he still couldn't stop the fifth Saint Master. This made all of them feel ashamed to face Su Yu. At the end of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, the colorful crack was becoming more and more dazzling. A middle-aged man in a black robe was standing at the side of the crack. It was the 4th Saint Master. My lord, we have followed your instructions and seized enough life force. We can start to expand the crack to accommodate the almighty divine masters. The middle-aged man in the black robe reported carefully to the crack. The crack connected the Jinlong continent and Jiuzhou. It had been 3 years, but only fairies had come. The reason was that the passage couldn't accommodate creatures that were too strong. It was just like how the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion couldn't accommodate creatures that were above the fairy realm. You have done well. You have filled the Jinlong continent with the deadly energy that devours life force and secretly sees the life force of weaker creatures. You have used their life force to expand the passage between the 2 worlds. Although the people of the Jinlong continent had sensed the strange aura that devoured life force, they didn't know what it was for. My lord, I am flattered, the middle-aged man in the black robe said carefully. Well, thank you for your hard work. Next, we will leave it to the almighty divine masters as the vanguard. You have already tested the Jiuzhou Emperor's limits. If I'm not mistaken, he is less than 1/10 of his power. Thus, the almighty divine masters should be more than enough to deal with him. So far, all of the otherworldly people who had come to the Jinlong continent were only the vanguard. The real otherworldly strong men hadn't come yet. Their purpose was clear. They wanted to test the Jiuzhou Emperor. Even though the Jinlong continent had fallen, the Jiuzhou Emperor still hadn't made a move. It could be seen that he couldn't even take care of himself. I will do anything for the sake of my king's reign, the 4th Saint Master said respectfully. The other side of the crack regained its silence. After a while, the crack's colorful light became even brighter, illuminating the dark abyss. However, for the people of the Jinlong continent, once the crack opened, the Jinlong continent would fall into darkness. Suddenly, a clear and low voice echoed in the empty space. So that's how it is. The 4th Saint Master's eyelids fluttered as he gazed into the darkness. In the dark pizza, a thin figure walked over at a moderate pace. His face was handsome, and he didn't look like someone from the mortal world. His bright eyes were like the vast starry sky, cold, deep, dazzling, and emitting a deep light. He was dressed in a simple white robe, without a speck of dust. His silver hair was like a waterfall cascading down his back. In the chilly wind, his white robes fluttered and his silver hair danced. It was as if an immortal was walking over, its expression exceptionally dazzling. The 4th Saint Master's pupils contracted as he asked, "What did you hear?" Su Yu walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. He had a leisurely smile on his face. I have heard what I should and shouldn't have heard. It seems like I am not too late. If he had not heard it with his own ears, Su Yu would have found it hard to believe that the Jinlong continent was going through such a calamity only because of the vanguard. None of the divine masters who had truly attacked had shown themselves. Divine Master. Lu Qi's figure flashed through Su Yu's mind. Facing such an absolute suppression, Su Yu's heart shivered, and his eyes shone with a cold light. He definitely could not let any divine master go. Otherwise, the Jinlong continent would definitely perish. Did you see through my plan of delaying from the start? The 4th Saint Master's face darkened. I advise you not to waste your energy. The fissure has already started to widen, and no one can stop it. Su Yu glanced at the colorful fissure and said with a faint smile, "Is that so? If that is the case, why did you come back quietly to guard this place?" I think that the fissure is at its most unstable during the widening process. The fourth Saint Master clearly had the ability to kill all of them, but he still had to carefully guard this fissure. It was obvious that this fissure was at its most fragile stage, and even a low-level martial artist could easily destroy it. You will have to get closer first. The fourth Saint Master revealed a murderous look. Su Yu's smile deepened. He had guessed correctly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the colorful light screen trembled slightly, and a voice could be heard from it. Fourth Saint Master, who is he? It was the person who had spoken to him earlier. My lord. He is the leader of one of the continent's forces. He has annihilated the invincible Black Army and the other lords. They all died at his hands, one after another. The fourth Saint Master replied respectfully, Oh, kill him immediately. Don't delay this important matter. I will immediately send the third Saint Master over. Hearing this, the fourth Saint Master slightly furrowed his brows. I can deal with this person. Your great lord couldn't even last 3 moves against me. I don't know where you get your confidence from to fight me, the fourth Saint Master said calmly. The fourth Saint Master said calmly as he raised his hand and waved it in front of him, soul-extinguishing divine light. As he spoke, a palm-sized golden shield appeared in his hand. But right after that, the shield suddenly expanded, forming an incomparably huge light screen that pushed forward horizontally. Wherever the light screen passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Everything that came into contact with the light screen was crushed into pieces. Anyone below my level of cultivation will definitely die. This light screen is meant for group battles, but in order to keep a fly like you away from the fissure, I have to do this. The fourth Saint Master stood with one hand behind his back. Wherever the light screen passed, Su Yu could only retreat. However, what surprised the fourth Saint Master was that Su Yu didn't retreat. Instead, he leisurely took out a small puppet from his sleeve. The puppet emitted a dark luster, and it was shaped like a dog. The fourth Saint Master was slightly startled. This is... All of a sudden, the person in the fissure was shocked. Fourth Saint Master, retreat. This is a mechanical puppet, a puppet that possesses the power of a middle-stage fairy. His words were filled with surprise, shock, and deep worry. Fourth Saint Master, you have really provoked a powerful person. If I remember correctly, only Yu Qiuhong can create such a puppet. Yet, you, a person of the Jinlong, possess such a thing. This reminds me of a person who was rewarded by Old Monster Yu in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. It is also rumored that this person killed a descending Divine Master. Boom! The fourth Saint Master's expression changed drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning. The rumors about Su Yu were not a secret in the Central Prefecture Army, and the information about him was very detailed. However, the fourth Saint Master had never seen his true appearance before. Now that he had seen Su Yu's face, the fourth Saint Master's heart started beating wildly, and his face turned pale. It was as if the weak little rabbit in front of him had suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger. Su Yu smiled. Although it was a calm smile, the fourth Saint Master's heart skipped a beat. After he finished speaking, he threw the small dog puppet to the ground. Its dull eyes suddenly turned red, and it looked extremely ferocious. Su Yu glanced at the small dog puppet and discovered that it had the soul of a powerful demonic beast sealed within it. Only then could he activate the puppet and display its fighting power. Roar! With a furious roar, the small dog puppet opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light beam, which swept across the giant light screen that covered the sky. Crack! In an instant, the light screen that was suppressing everything was shattered. The fourth Saint Master groaned, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His pupils shrank as he stared at the small dog puppet, his eyes filled with fear. Destroy him. Su Yu did not even turn his head. He pointed at the fourth Saint Master and strode towards the fissure. Haha, if you want to come to the Jinlong continent, You should have asked me first.